Hello. Oh, you only see my chin. Actually, can I show you Kitty? Because she's being cute. She's been grabbing at. She's been grabbing at my pants. She's like, give me your attention. That's so cute. That's so cute. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Bella. Do you want me to do the intro from down here? I can do that. I can do the intro from down here. Giddy, giddy, boo. Oops. I clicked on something. I should have clicked on. Yeah. I don't know if you can see that. Okie dokie. Hello, Earth, Winter, Hell, Ghoulish Misfit, blah blah blah, Jerem. Good to see you again. Magistrate Ironlung, you are red today. Meow. Oh, I know. I gotta attend to your brother. Come here, Bo. Tommy time. Tommy time. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm back with you. I'm back with you. Hello, Mako Cam, the real decoy, Marks. Hello. You are being very distracting. You are being really distracting. Hey! That's not like you. You went from little pats to bad pats. What's up with that? Why the bad pats? I don't know if you guys know this about my cats. I've probably said it on the stream before, but they're very good cats. They really don't, bite or scratch, much at all. So, I know that for most cats, her, scratching for a bit is super duper normal, but for her, it's not. Even now she's back to fine, letting me hold it. They, Bo only really bites when I'm, trying to brush his mats out and stuff. But anyways, welcome, everybody. Now you have me scared. Now you have me a little scared. Are you back to yourself, or do you still have the little rambunctiousness? I gotta stand up. Okay, she's getting down anyways. Bo, the throne is open. Do you want the throne, Bobo? Okay. Welcome, everybody. Oh, let's just move this up. To a very disorganized stream, apparently. Okay. If you are new here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then the folks who wrote for last week's prompt and or did at least 2 reviews on stories for last week's prompt are able to vote on the poll of which prompt wins for next week, and then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 are guaranteed, they will be read no matter what, and then the other 4 are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. You will see a bunch of little moths around, and those are your encores. So once the bubbles start popping out of their antennas, then you've unlocked an encore, and there are 4 to unlock. So, how to be guaranteed? Great question. Glad you asked. you become guaranteed by going over to the server shop in the Discord or the subscriptions in Twitch. The $3 tier is the Bookworm tier that allows you access to the secret supporter chat, which I should start saying gives you early access to the prompts. That you know what the prompt is. Thank you for the subscription for the 18 months, Mako. A year and a half. Yes, indeed. But that allows you to see what won a day early, even if you didn't write last week. And that is all thanks to DeathSed. So thank you for helping out with those calculations, DeathSed. Anyway, so access to the secret supporter chat, you can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions when you submit a story to the forum for that week, and then you get some emojis. Then the $5 tier, the Cocoon and Silk tier, gives you access to all those things. And then generally, whoa, I see confetti. Did we get a hype train? Thank you for the big beefy cheers, Marks and Ghoulish. I think that's at least one unlocked. And my computer is complaining about it. My computer's like, too much cheering. Too much love and support. So the $5 Cocoon and Silk tier gives you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts. You'll be in the guaranteed if you're read on the stream. At least usually. Lately, there have been some issues with that, which we will get to when we show off the list today. But generally, you're going to be in the guaranteeds. And then, and then you can submit 6-word prompts to the prompt suggestion channel, and then you can submit 3 submissions to the submission forum. Then the transformed one, the $10 tier, gives you access to all those things. You can submit 4 submissions and 7-word prompts, and the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat directly goes to the poll. You can also have a universe tag if you desire it, but make sure to tag me or DM me each week for that. And then if you are a doubly cocooned, which is you are both Cocoon and Silk on Twitch and Discord, then that offers you the same perks as being a transformed one. I don't think that Twitch has the Bookworm tier, but it has the other 2, and they are exactly the same. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah, the moth got moved because Kitty was there. But, yeah, that's that. Your list for today is Mako Cam, CM Willer, Antihero / me, Kaylee, Reincarnator, and potential bonus 5th. Then for our encores, we have Massacre, Steven, Geller, and Clutch. So yes, Massacre is supposed to be a guaranteed, but we only had 3 encores, so I put a supporter in there. So unless Massa is okay with being 2,000 bits, then Massa's is 1,500 bits. So he can let us know. But yes. You are tied? Who's tied? But yeah, so Massa has, regardless of what the price is, Massa has been unlocked. Alrighty, Roo. And our prompt for today is all magic comes with a price. Which I didn't set it up, I should have, but it is from Once Upon a Time, Rumpelstiltskin says that a lot. Very, very iconic line from the show. I've been showing the show to Mako Cam, and so he submitted that as a prompt, and I was like, how have I not thought of this before? So I was very excited to see it submitted and to see people like it and to see what people did with it. So, yeah, let us just begin. Alright. A long-term investment. Chronicles of the Dragon. Jousting by Mako Cam. 347 words. All magic comes with a price, cackled the gremlin man on the television. Thomas chuckled. Good thing that's not true in real life. Jostica paused, mid-reach for the popcorn bowl. I wouldn't say that. Yeah? I mean, I know Witch's whole thing is making deals for power, but I haven't seen you have to pay any sort of price. Jostica fiddled with the bowl, finding only a few kernels left. Well, it's true I don't have to, give blood to spirits or anything to cast spells, but I wouldn't say I didn't have to pay a price. And she stood, taking the bowl into their kitchen and starting to make more popcorn. Thomas paused to the show and followed, stopping in the doorway and leaning against the frame. So, how do you pay? I guess I'd say it's a big front-loaded payment. It takes a lot of work to memorize spells, let alone to connect yourself to the universe. Yeah, you've mentioned that a few times. What does that even mean? Aren't we all connected to the universe? Well, yes, in a general sense. But to change something at an existential level, you have to be able to interface with the universe somehow. The keyboard needs to be plugged into the computer, and that can take months of meditation to achieve, if you're lucky. Years if you aren't. She watched the kernels start popping. And then you have to understand what symbols in what order will make the thing you want happen. Wizards have come a long way, discovered a lot of shortcuts, and built on older spells to make more precise and complex ones. But it's still a lot of time and effort. She grabbed some seasonings and mixed them into melted butter before pouring it over the popcorn. Ready to get back to the show? Yeah, he said, walking over to take a handful and then heading back to the couch. Jessica chose not to mention how the connection went both ways, or the visions and nightmares that could result. She didn't want to worry him. Throw up those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. And Mako, if you have thought of any questions for the chat, don't hesitate to say that. Alrighty, room. Okay, so I'm curious. I mean, I don't know how well I voiced Rumple, because it's one of those things where I want to voice it well, and so then I voice it poorly. But I am curious if I was not, trying to read it in a voice. If you just read it to yourself, if you would know that was literally a Once Upon a Time reference, or if you were like, I have no idea what's on the television. I am also curious if you felt like that was too on the nose. It's really interesting to me because Mako brought up the idea to me earlier of starting the story like this, and I was like, I don't know. Because if you don't know, I kind of have a thing about the prompt being said directly in the story. It depends on the prompt and it depends on the story, but generally it'll feel to me like, you said the thing, if you use the prompt directly in the story. And so it was interesting to me because I read this and it actually worked for me. I was like, that made me happier than I thought it would. And I think part of it, part of the reason it works is because, it's from a show, it's just coming up in the show, and then they're talking about it. I actually think that in my story, it was worse. Not the story that we're going to read today, but my Price and Consequence story. I start that story with, one of the characters asking, does magic come with a price? I hated starting it that way, but I couldn't figure out how else to bring up the topic, which may have been why Mako did this as well. But I felt like just having a character directly, like a character in the story itself, directly asking that question was way more, he said the thing, than it showing up in a show, especially it being the show that the story, that the prompt came from. But I don't know if that's just my bias. I don't know if you're like, no, that felt super on the nose, or if you were like, both of them felt fine to me. So I am curious. I do like the vibes of like, good thing that's not true in real life, right? I wouldn't say that. That it's like, back it up there. It's not so casual as all that. I am curious. So this works totally fine with... Actually, I should ask the chat. Any of you who don't know Mako Cam's universe, was there anything that you found confusing about the story that needed more explanation? It works perfectly fine for this story. However, I know in your universe that witches are a very specific thing, and a witch Jostika is not. And so I found it very interesting that Thomas doesn't actually know the proper term for the magic that she does. And she pretty much clarifies it and says, like, I don't give blood to spirits to cast spells, which is what a witch does. So I would have thought that even if Thomas knows nothing about magic, he at least knows that she's not a witch. So I am curious why he doesn't know and why she doesn't correct him, other than, like, for this story, she didn't need to. It's really interesting because I was helping Mako try and, like, cut down words and stuff. And I don't think I suggested to cut this line down, because it's like, yeah, I haven't seen you have to pay any sort of price. But reading it out loud, I was like, I haven't seen you pay any sort of price, I think would flow a lot better. Though, like, have to pay does kind of, like, have a different meaning than just straight pay. So, I don't know. That was interesting to me. I like the like, phrasing and image of her, like, fiddling with the bowl feels very realistic. I like the setting overall with the popcorn and stuff. That's something that I struggle with in my stories, and, like, you'll probably see it in my story. We could talk about it when we get there. But I will, like, have my stories be almost entirely dialogue, and it's hard for people to know where the characters are in time and space and stuff. And granted, part of that is often for the word count, but I think this worked really well of, like, we're very grounded in a real scene. It's like them having a date or just hanging out and eating popcorn. It's really cute. I can really imagine it, and it makes the conversation itself more vivid because the setting that it's placed in is more vivid. However, I am curious if, especially those who don't know the universe, if you thought she was doing something to that popcorn. If you thought that the conversation that they were having was connected to the actions and setting. And were you disappointed it wasn't? Do you feel like it would have improved the story if she was doing something magical while they're talking about magic, or if it worked that the setting was just, like, completely normal and mundane? And that is an interesting thing about the story, is that, like, you are talking about this very modern, mundane setting, which is often not the kind of setting that you get with magical stories. I mean, it kind of depends, but the default would be, like, medieval fantasy world, though, of course, urban fantasy exists. So that's kind of fun as well, that just the setting of, like, the popcorn and modern day and stuff, I think adds something for me. I I don't think that you needed the words, though we can talk about it if folks in the chat are like, I was confused by this. But if I were to suggest somewhere to remove words, it probably would be here, that she does kind of sort of like reiterate what he said in the opposite, that it's like, yeah, it's true, I don't have to do this, but I did have to pay a price, rather than going straight to I did have to pay a price. It's a big front-loaded payment, if that makes sense. But I do think it works. And I was thinking that when he asks, like, how do you pay? I was like, well, like, how do you know that it's an ongoing payment, that she does still pay? How do you know it's not a payment she paid at the beginning of her magical journey? And sure enough, she was like, yeah, it's a front-loaded payment. I am curious how Connect Yourself to the Universe sounded to you in reading it, and if, my reading affected it or anything. But when I first read it, it really sounds to me like, yes, it takes a lot of work to memorize spells, let alone connect yourself to the universe, man. That it's, instead of it sounding like, yes, real magic, cool stuff, it suddenly sounds like it's like, oh, okay, like, this may not be real magic. This might be just, like, she's high on the couch talking about the universe. And so I'm curious how it read to you, if you were like, yeah, like, that makes sense, connect yourself to the universe, magical stuff, or if you were like, that sounded weirdly, like, hippy-dippy. Oh, another question I have for you guys in the chat, which actually is probably my biggest question that I should have asked first, was, well, and I mean, I guess it works for, like, the big, going upon this big paragraph, but did you find yourself getting bored at any point in the story? Did you feel like you were losing interest, especially when you got to this big paragraph, or did you feel like it captured your interest and kept it there? So yeah, was it interesting from beginning to end? Was it interesting at the beginning and lost interest? Or was it just not super interesting to you throughout? And if it wasn't interesting in any way, how much you improve that and make it more interesting? It is kind of interesting that he kind of has a similar answer, that he's not like, what the heck? Connect yourself to the universe. What does that mean? Instead, he's like, but we're all connected to the universe, man. Not just you. Don't hoard that universe juice for yourself. I know that I'm pretty sure the intention was more just like, what would I compare it to? Meow. I don't know why this is what came to mind, but it's just like, yeah, like, you need to connect yourself to the church. But don't we all go to church? Like, aren't we all connected to the church? Like, yeah, we all are, but, like, if you work at the church, you're more connected. Like, I think it's that kind of thing where it's like, yeah, let's get connected to the universe. Well, we all are here in the universe, connected to it in some way. Yeah, but you don't work here. Kind of thing. I do like the image of the keyboard being plugged into the computer, that it's like, yeah, okay, like, we all are here living in the universe and we all have some sort of connection to it, whatever that may be. However, people who practice magic, or at least her brand of magic, like, need a method of interfacing, because it's more, it's like everybody else can see the monitor and can see what's out there in the universe, but can't change it, can't write anything on that monitor. But magic users, or at least her brand of magic users, find a way to get the keyboard and get it plugged into the monitor so that you can actually change what's on the monitor. So I think that's a cool image that works well for me. I do like it takes months if you're lucky, years if you aren't. I think that's great. Honestly, even knowing the universe, I was surprised to hear her say meditation. Like, again, that kind of goes into, like, feel the zen, man. And, like, I definitely have seen, you know, going along with the keyboard image, that her magic is a lot more, like, programming. And you don't, like, sit here with the computer, meditate on what's on the monitor to plug yourself in. Like, you have to do something mechanical to plug into the monitor, and I expected her to go in more of that kind of direction. I don't know exactly what I was expecting from that direction, but just something more mechanical, maybe something more like trying out, like, writing spells and seeing what works, you know, like trying to plug in chords, trying to type in keys and seeing if it does anything, that kind of thing, rather than just sitting and meditating, you know. And then I do like the, you have to understand what symbols and what order will make the thing happen, so that goes back to the programming thing, where it's like, if one thing is off, it won't happen. And then, like the discovering the shortcuts also goes along with that, where it's like, oh, instead of typing in this long bit of code, now we have a shortcut that's like this shorter version of code that does the same thing. And I definitely think that, at least to me, like, even though it is a very telly story that we're just being told what magic is like, how it works and stuff. And, like, I would definitely understand the gravity of how long it takes and how difficult it is if I actually saw it happening inside the story. I do feel like I have at least somewhat of a picture of, yeah, that sounds really difficult. And I do think the, like, months if you're lucky, years if you aren't, is probably the strongest image of, like, oh yeah, this is difficult. And then, more cute setting stuff that works very well. And I do like the kind of beat drop at the end of, like, yeah, here's how it works, and that would work perfectly fine for a story for this prompt of just, like, all right, here's how the price works. The price is, like, it's really hard. Well, yeah, that's interesting, because actually, I didn't think about that before, because there's a story coming up later that I'm gonna critique because, like, it doesn't seem like a price. It seems like the price, it's just, like, really hard to do. And I didn't really connect it to this story, but now that I've said that, I guess that this story has that as well, of, like, it's just really difficult. And so I guess that this is the real price, that what she says, or what she thinks at the end here, is what makes it a price more than just, oh, it's hard. And so... so I think that works well. Like, yeah, okay, it's like you've connected your keyboard to the computer, but now the computer has a keyboard to you. Now you're also connected. And that can cause problems. I think that works well. Honestly, looking at it again here, I kind of feel like just going, Jessica chose not to mention how the connection went both ways. She didn't want to worry him. That actually, I think, would work even better for me, because, like, once you say, ooh, the connection to the universe, like, the universe connects to you, that's spooky, and then you're like, oh, it just, like, causes visions and nightmares. I'm like, well, that sucks, but that's not too bad. But if it's like, you're rewriting the universe, so the universe can rewrite you, like, then that's what the connection going both ways means. That's scary. That is, like, a true price. And I guess, like, let's see if you reversed it. Like, Jessica chose not to mention the visions and nightmares she had, how the connection went both ways. Yeah, I think that could work. I don't know if it would be as dramatic as just, like, she chose not to mention how the connection went both ways, but I think that would be a better way to be like, oh, she has visions and nightmares. Oh no, how terrible. It went both ways. Oh, spooky. You know, rather than... it went both ways. Spooky! That caused visions and nightmares. Okay, that's not too bad. You know? And granted, like, you know, visions and nightmares, depending on how numerous and intense they are, could drive you completely mad. They could be truly awful, and so maybe I'm not giving that enough credit. But like I said, when I read It Went Both Ways, and I'm thinking of it like programming, I'm thinking of the universe reprogramming you, and that sounds way scarier than just, oh yeah, I have quite a few bad dreams, you know. And I'm curious what you guys think of the "she didn't want to worry him" line. This is actually something I suggested when I did an initial read-through of his story. Because when I just read this, I forget exactly how I phrased it, but I was like, okay, like, I mean, how easy would it be? How easy would it be to find what exactly I said? Let's see. Come on, let me jump. Oh, okay, that was lower. Oh, okay. So I said, I kind of like the ending, and I'm also kind of left wondering why she didn't say that out loud. She's telling him the price. What reason does she have to hide that tidbit, especially from her boyfriend? And then he said, hopefully it's okay to read this. Well, I figure it's a she doesn't want to worry him thing. Like, it's a thing she's dealt with for years and is sometimes helpful, and breaking the connection means no more magic, so probably better not to go into that detail. Yeah, so without that she didn't want to worry him thing, clearly, at least tired me, who read it the first time, was kind of like, yeah, she chose not to mention It Went Both Ways in the visions and nightmares, and I was like, this is your boyfriend. Like, if this is something that you struggle with, like, he's the person to tell. And you're already, like, going into, like, some detail about what the price is, so why wouldn't you mention it? And so to me, it was very helpful to just say out loud, she doesn't want to worry him, and that's why. And I'm like, okay, that makes total sense now. That it's like, is this something that she should tell him? Probably, but like he might make it harder for her to do her magic, or like suggest that she stop or something like that, or just generally worry about her more than he needs to, and so she's not going to tell him. That works for me. But I'm curious for you guys if you would have had the same problem, if you actually would have preferred just ending on this paragraph or solely ending on this. There also is a potential version where it was not wanting to worry him. Jessica chose not to mention how the connection went both ways or the visions and nightmares that could result. Do you prefer that version over this version? Personally, I preferred this version because this feels like a double beat drop, that it's like, the first one is like, oh, like there really is a price. There are these, you know, bad things that can happen. And then she didn't want to worry him. You know, there's kind of a, like, he has reason to be worried vibe to that more than like, oh, not wanting to worry him. Not wanting to worry him sounds a lot more casual, or just like, oh yeah, like whatever. But being like, yeah, she didn't want to worry him, has this like, sounds like he should be worried kind of vibe to it. And it also can kind of address that, like, oh yeah, she chose not to mention this, and then the audience might be going, why not? She didn't want to worry him. Oh, okay. You know? I don't know. I feel like I'm not describing it well, but I am curious what works best for you at the end there. Let's see what folks have been saying. Magistrate, if I'm gonna be honest, I would rather be only 1,500 to unlock, just to give the people behind me a better chance of getting unlocked. Very fair, and thank you for being honest. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlung, Ghoulish Misfit, and Reincarnator. Appreciate it. Mark says, thought it was a fun little nod, I assume, about the first line. And they go, sorry, I guess I could have been clearer in that. That was supposed to be him acknowledging the difference. I know witches have to pay, but you're not a witch. Oh, gosh, yeah, I see. Yeah, I definitely didn't get that. It was just like, yeah, good thing you don't have to pay in real life. I wouldn't say that. Really? Like, okay, I know that the whole thing is about making deals for power. Yeah, that is interesting, because I can see it now, where it's like, I know Witch's whole thing is making deals for power, but I haven't seen you have to pay any sort of price, rather than how I read it, which is like, yeah, like, that's kind of the whole thing with witches, whether he meant, like, in general or in fiction, but you specifically, I haven't seen any sort of price. I don't know. I guess saying, like, I know, I don't know, it would add words, but, like, I know other magic users, make deals for power, but I haven't seen you, or I haven't seen wizards like you. That could work, yeah. I know Witch's whole thing is making deals for power, but I haven't seen wizards like you have to pay any sort of price. Maybe that would have worked. I don't know if people would be like, because like in Harry Potter, witch and wizard are just like the gendered terms, and so I don't know if you'd be like, why is he using the male gendered term for the same thing for some people? So I don't know. That's a tough one. That would have been way better, actually. Are you talking about like the ending of Connection went both ways? Mark's setting was fine, but I was a little curious why she wasn't magically popping it. Very fair. Straight magically popping corn might have been clever, but I think apart from being slightly interesting, it would still be unnecessary. Gotcha. No, I didn't get a stoner vibe from that. Fair. Don't hoard that universe juice for yourself. Mark's new line to include for Bart. Mako, I should have had her make an infinite popcorn ball. Yeah, then she wouldn't have to go pop the popcorn or pay for more popcorn. A popcorn bowl of holding, yes. Magic consists of tech help frustration, exactly. Oh my gosh, now I'm surprised that you haven't played with that to what I've seen of just like the IT guys of magic, or like you I don't know if normal people can buy magical items, but now I'm just imagining your average Joe buying some sort of magical artifact and then calling what would it be, IT there? What is that called? I think I'm blanking. But, you know, calling the magical help desk and being like, yeah, my orb of bloody blue isn't working. And then it's like, well, have you tried the this kind of spell and that kind of spell? Yeah, I did those. They weren't working. Good point. To be fair, I was thinking of the Eldritch Horror type visions and nightmares. Gotcha. Yeah, just visions and nightmares definitely isn't clear enough to be like, this is true Eldritch Horror sort of thing that can be brain breaking. So I think you'd either need more words or less words for that one. 200 bits for unlocking Encore 2. Awesome. On the one hand, phenomenal cosmic power. On the other, the universe gonna shape you. Exactly. You just wanted to cast magic missile. Now you're a triangle. I mean, am I correct in that reading that the universe can shape you, or was that incorrect in the first place? Yes, we can add 500 to the thing. I think it's actually, I think Dessa pointed out that Steven also is a bookworm, so he gets 200 off of that, I think. I don't know if it's 200 or 300. So, whatever that is. Whichever one it's supposed to be, you have to shave all that off. I played enough Pathfinder to differentiate wizards and witches, fair. Wizards, scholars the arcane. Witches, arcane knowledge gained via nature and cast via familiars. This is only for Pathfinder. Yeah, that is kind of the thing. Like, it's really interesting to think about in terms of universe stuff, because we're always talking about, okay, how, like, you're writing in this universe, your story's supposed to stand alone. How do you make it stand alone? How do you make sure you're not making readers ask questions they shouldn't be asking? And, like, with stuff like, once you say witch, people tend to know what a witch is, you know? Like, oh, yes, spooky lady in big hat casting spells in the woods and stuff like that. And of course, not just that. People can just think general magic user, often someone who's female, but you can use witch for a male magic user as well. And so, like, yeah, people know what that means. But you also can run into issues when, like, your universe has a specific definition. And so like this, so if you say, you know, I know witches' whole thing's making deals for power, but I haven't seen wizards like you have to pay any sort of price. Some people might be like, oh yeah, like I've seen other things where witches and wizards are different kind of magic users, so maybe that's what's going on. And other people might go, isn't a witch just like a female wizard? What are you saying? You know? So that is interesting that applying universe stuff to well-known concepts can cause confusions.
Do you want Alex truly?
Sure is 300 for bookworms. Alright, gotcha. So that would be 800 that to shave off. Or to add to the total. Alrighty, Rue. Thank you so much for submitting, Make-A-Cam. Well, I was very careful in how I curated the list. Because, like, I guess I'll just say that some of the stories are more, like, telling you about the magic, like this one. In like dialogue and stuff, and others are more like showing it through action. And so I very specifically alternated them, but my plans have been foiled because I don't think CM Weller is here. So you might get a similar one in mind. All right. Yeah, I guess they've been tagged, so I will wait for a moment before I go on. How does one turn the magic on and off again? Kitty is cute. Should I try and put the camera on him while we're waiting to hear back? I don't know. That's more. I think that's more of an ad thing. I don't know if I want to wait as long as it would take. I could swap Riink and CM Miller. That's true. Riink probably has to go to bed anyways. You cool with that, Riink? You cool with going next? Mm-hmm. I know he saw his name earlier. I don't know if he walked off. Maybe we're starting the camera shenanigans after all. Okay, so here's you. You can go here and here.
And then there's a kitty. Gotta be petted. And then we go here. And then we turn it on. Kitty, you're adorable. You know that? You're just a little too much. You're just a little too much cuteness. Bella's like, wait, I'm cute too. Let back in. If we're talking cuteness, I need to be part of the conversation.
Aw, it seems like the table is a little in the way. In the way of being able to see the kitty. Oh no. No. Camera don't like that. There we go. Well, you can see as much as you can see. This is always true. Okay, where is it? Too many cams. Give me the cam link. Give me the link brand of cam. What in the world? I know you're here somewhere. I used you last time. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Yes. There's Kitty. And now the moth must be moved again. You can put the sparkles on me. I need to put a border around this one. Oh, but that's annoying. Oh, well, I guess I can put it underneath. Oh, no, I just have to put it under here. I think. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Okay, Riank is there in the not-so-private chat. Okie dokie. The Wanderer's End. The Wanderer Chronicles by Reem Carter. 337 words. It was clear from the start this would happen. Once the Wanderers exited their inn for one last stand, the Moor's death ray started to charge up. Yet the innkeeper, Flaw, and his patrons held their ground. If it were to end in flames, they would stand for their ideals until the very end, never give up hope, and help those in need. It was then when the little candle on the front porch, the voice of the inn, spoke again. It wasn't a whisper this time, but a loud call unlike anything the Wanderers ever heard before. Do not look back, my friends! This shall not be the end! I'll never fade nor dissipate. Your wounds I'll always mend. You aren't just this building's lore. This isn't what you waited for. I sense it in your cores. You are more. And with that, the candle's flame shot up into the sky, a spiral of light illuminating the night. And as the death ray crashed down on them, the flames engulfed the Wanderers, shielding them from the once certain doom. On they went into the sky, reaching the Moor satellite and reducing it to ash. From the dawn of time I have stood here, and I swore that I'd never fade. To protect the people I hold dear, I shall be the birth of an age. The flame slowly died down, and the Wanderers could not hold back their tears when they laid eyes on their beloved inn again. The Wanderer, their home, was reduced to rubble. It had sacrificed itself to give them another chance. After a long silence, it was Claw who found his words again first. We can't let that sacrifice be in vain. He turned to the others. Even if our inn has crumbled down and died, we ourselves shall show the universe its light. The Wanderers agreed, and so they set out to fight once more. But not one noticed the flickering light of the candle still laid in the ruins, unextinguished. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Rinks note. Notes, light notes. Ah! So this is the saddest part of the story. I have nothing grand to say about this other than it was also living rent-free in my head for a long time. One, most of all, I want to know if I managed to make it more understandable for new people this time. 2, what did you think about the candle's flame rising up? 3, the Wanderer, this inn, is now destroyed. How do you think it will continue? And what do you think about the imagery of the candle in the ruins? 4, overall thoughts, very much appreciated again. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. So I am curious to hear from the chat, so I'll ask this first. What was the tone... Oh, did Kitty get up? Oh, he went into the coffin bed. Can I
move it to show him? Yeah, there we go.
Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish Misfit. So I'm curious what is like the emotion and tone and stuff that you guys in the chat got from this. I think I'll come back around to that at the end, but yeah, was sad the feeling that you got out of this story overall. It's very interesting that it starts with, it was clear from the start that this would happen. It does intrigue you and make you want to keep reading, like, what would happen? And, like, is this something we are happy happened or something bad that happened? Considering the title has end in it, it's probably something bad. Oh yeah, I also should ask the chat, anybody new to Reincarnator's universe, please let us know if you understood the story, and if you didn't, what you didn't understand. I am curious about the Wanderers exiting the inn, because why would the Moors wait for the Wanderers to leave to fire upon the inn? Because they don't seem like a compassionate people. And so I don't know why they wouldn't just be like, yeah, let's kill 10 birds with one stone by nuking the Wanderer and everything in it. And if...
Oh, now he's getting up. Why are you getting up, Kitty?
And then if that were the case, could the Wanderer have made its flames cover the entire inn and thus protect both itself and the Wanderers in it? I could see it being a situation where, like, they're inside of the Wanderer and the Wanderer has to, like, give up the building to protect them, that you know, either whether it be just, like, there's no flames and just, like, the building itself, like, fights back against the death ray and protects them but is destroyed, or if the flames, like, or if, like, the Wanderer couldn't protect all of itself, it could only protect something smaller, and so, yeah, it could protect them, but not the inn. I'm not sure. There is kind of an element here of, it does kind of feel a little bit like they exited so that, there's Bella, so that the Wanderer could be destroyed, because otherwise it wouldn't have been. But I could be wrong about that, and, like, even if I was right, there could be ways to work around that and make it so that they, even inside the inn, that the Wanderer could still end up being destroyed. And, like, I mean, obviously it's your story, so it's up to you, but I do rather like that image of, like, there's magic in this wood, there's magic in these bones. And so, like, the death ray lands on the Wanderer, and it's like, wait, we're not being destroyed. And you can just tell that, like, the wood is fighting against the death ray to protect them. But ultimately, it's destroyed, but they aren't, you know? I think that image could be extremely powerful, and potentially even more powerful than them exiting and then them firing on it. but I often talk about saying characters' relationships rather than their names. I don't think it's necessarily a problem that you said Claw's name, but it did kind of stick out to me a little bit of like, yes, the innkeeper, Claw, when nobody else's names are mentioned. So I think just saying the innkeeper and his patrons held their ground works a little bit better for me. And then down here, when you say Claw, you could just say it was the innkeeper, and it would end up as the same amount of words because you just had to take this word out of here and then add that one word down there. I like that. I like that. That you have this little bit of foreshadowing of like if it were to end in flames, and then it does end in flames, but in the positive way. That the flames of the Wanderer's candle protect them, and so it does end in flames, but the flames are actually the protection, not as much the death ray. I see that the ad is coming.
Meow, what do you think? What do you think of that? Do you want to be shown for the ad? Well, you're gonna be shown off regardless. This is Fluffy Kitty. This is Fluffy Kitty. Oh. Oh, poor baby.
I was in the midst of showing you my wizarding trunk stuff last time. Let me go grab that. It smells really good out there. Alright, if you weren't here last time, I have taken to showing you my stuff. Behold, my stuff. For the ads, because I don't like just sitting here being like, doo-doo-doo, elevator music. So it started with me showing off what I got in Denver. And so now I'm just showing you some stuff I got from Wizarding Trunk. It's like a box subscription service, and they're like Harry Potter themed items, but they're really well made and cool. I showed you the bone regen serum last time. We got a cute little a cute pin that's hard to see. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that at all, but it's like a mandrake. And that, I was gonna say that worked well because I got to show it to you before I put it on my pin wall, but I don't even know if I'm showing it to you. I don't know that you can really see it. Oh yes. Oh, I should grab the whole thing. Maybe I can do it in front of you. You guys might enjoy that. We have. Why is everything so dark? We have the little shop pin. So hold on. For I believe the Christmas box last year, they gave this I don't know what this is called, but little pin, it's not a board, like pin tapestry sort of thing, that has, you know, I mean this is the one I just got, little houses for you to put the pins on. And obviously, it's a marketing technique because you want to keep buying the boxes to fill out your thing. And, like, they do this with a couple of things. Like, they had a whole big, like, tea set, and, like, I'm not really that into tea, so I was like, I could care less if I get the whole set of that. But I do like pins, and so they sure got me with this one. This is actually not the correct one for here. I thought it was, but I don't think it is anymore. But anyways, and then this one, they lied to me about this one. I thought this was from a box that I missed, but it's not. I thought it was for this. It doesn't fit there. But anyway, so this is, I don't know how well you can see that part, but this is that. And the ad's over. So there you go. Okie dokie. Go back here. We were supposed to do a Q&A for you during this, but I think we can revisit that once you run out of stuff to share. We were. I mean, I recall bringing up, like, hey, you guys can, like, ask me questions about my stories and stuff, and then nobody did. And so I was like, okay, guess I gotta find something else to do. But yeah, if you have questions, I'll answer those. But anyways, oh yeah, I do like, you know, the idea of, like, okay, like, this everything around us sucks, but we're still gonna stand for our ideals till the very end. I think that's another thing that I would have liked to see them in the inn for, because we're gonna stand our ground and stand for our ideals. Makes a little more sense to me if they're in the inn. It's like, no, like, if you want to kill our inn, you gotta take us with you. And then the Wanderer being like, no thanks, I don't want you guys to die. But then being like, let's get out, so that, like, we don't get hit by the death ray. Doesn't, like, it kind of undermines the powerful and beautiful message here of, like, standing up for your ideals to the end of, like, yes, never give up hope, help those in need. Well, right now the Wanderer is the person who needs help and is in need, and you're kind of just, like, exiting, you know? And granted, maybe there is something they're doing out there. Maybe they have some kind of superpower that they're, like, shooting up at the death ray or something like that. Which I do have that question of, like, is Ree with them, and why can't Ree just be like, Chaos Blast at the death ray? But anyways, like, I don't know if they are doing something. They're, like, outside is actually better for fighting, and they are actually fighting, but that's not quite clear from this story itself. And then this is a little bit nitpicky, but I did think it was interesting. So, never give up hope and help those in need. I read this and I'm like, I really like that. That's, like, really sweet and cute and cool. But something also fell off about it, and I wasn't sure what it was. And I think what it is that it's just the cadence of it, that never give up hope, never let them down. You know, like, never.
Oh, kitty.
Now Bella's in there, kitty cute. Oh, you can't see.
Oh, you can't see. Can I make you see?
A little bit.
Oh, there we go. Oh, no. There we go.
Bella's in there, baby. Yes, Rick Astley testifies. Oh yeah, no, don't be taking the bone regen serum.
Do you need your bones regen? No, kitty. You are a ragdoll. You do seem a little boneless sometimes.
Oh, but I don't think you need the bone regen serum. Yeah, so I think there's something ever so slightly awkward about never and help. Like, never do this and help, rather than never do this, never do that, or do this, do that, you know? I'm trying to think, like, how else you could phrase that besides never, never, or positive, positive. No, no, or yes, yes. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just feel like, always help those in need packs more of a punch to me, at least, but I do really like the meaning there.
Yeah, there you go, kitty. There you go. Settle down on the chair. The throne is yours. Yes.
I like the description of the candle, and I mean, I don't know how well I voiced it, but I like the image that it is not soft and quiet, that I could see it, you know, a whisper feels very fitting to a candle, and so I really like that idea of it speaking with a booming voice, and everyone being like, I've never heard it speak like this before, feels very fitting for a self-sacrifice type scene. And I really like what the Wanderer says. The rhymes work for me. I don't know if I want it to be like, okay, so end, mend, lore 4, and then one more, rather than lore 4, core more. but I do like it. And like, I kind of like the use of lore, that it's like, you're not just a part of my backstory. You're not just a part of me. You are your own people. You create your own lore. Go out there and help the people and stuff. And I don't know if it was intentional, but I like that the Wanderer says you are more when the enemies they are fighting are called the More, and so it's like, to fight the Moors, you have to call upon the More inside of you. The you know, the good More, not the bad More. I like the description of the flames. It's hard to describe exactly how I'm imagining it, but I can get this very vivid picture of this spiral of light, you know, going down on them. I do feel like switching this sentence around would help, because saying, and as the death ray crashed down on them, immediately we're like, and they're dead. Rather than the flames engulf the Wanderers, shielding them as the death ray crashed down on them. That would work, and we would go, yes, shield, now death ray, rather than like, the death ray is crashing down, they're dead, they're gone, and now the flames come in. It's interesting, because like, both of them are, like, both versions of the sentence are trying to say, as it's happening, that it's like right before the death ray hits, the flames, you know, protect them. And, but it does matter which one comes first. I guess especially with that phrasing, because like if you said like, as the death ray was about to crash down on them, then that would work fine first. But especially saying, yep, it crashed on them, is like, yep, they're dead. And then this goes to the pronoun thing we've been talking about lately. So this they goes back to the last subject. Okay, there was another them as well earlier. That them was the Wanderers. This is the last subject, the Wanderers. And so to me it definitely reads like, this flame came over them, shielded them, protected them, and then it like picked them up and made like a big tentacle of flame that was full of Wanderers, and it smacked the death ray. And maybe that is the intent, or maybe it's more of like a superhero thing where like they get shielded by it and then they get like Superman'd up into the sky and they all punch through the death ray together. Like I could see it being cool. But as is it just seeming like, yep, it picked all the Wanderers up and it smacked the death ray, I think is a little sillier than probably what you intended, which I'm guessing what you intended was that the flame shoots up, that it's like it shields them and then the flame shoots at the death ray, or like it's a beam of light that both shields them and gets the death ray. But I'm not sure. Oh, alrighty. But I am glad that that the satellite has been reduced to ash. Glad that's not in the sky anymore. And then, still like what the Wanderer says, I think it's interesting that, because I know the Wanderer, that's like a common phrase with the Wanderer of, I'm the birth of an age. And so I think it's interesting that it ends on, I shall be the birth of an age. So instead of I am the birth of an age, I shall be. And it's really interesting that in the Wanderer's Seeming Death, it is talking about birth or rebirth. So that's super cool and makes me extra curious where this is going to go and what the Wanderer's new life will be. And then I like what Claw says and how he like picks himself up. He picks himself up, dusts himself off, and he's like, no, like we're here today because of what the Wanderer stood for. The Wanderer's all about these ideals. We need to keep fighting for those ideals. Like, we cannot let the sacrifice be in vain. We can't just sit here being upset about it. Like, we need to go out there and fight for what the Wanderer fought for. I think that's super cool and fun and interesting. And we'll talk more about, like, the Wanderer itself in a second. But if the Wanderer doesn't come back in a physical form, I am curious if, like, there will be new Wanderers created who never actually went into the inn, the Wanderer. If they just met other Wanderers who, you know, through the ideals that they spread to the universe, or the multiverse, or what do you call it? It's not multiverse. It's the same. Oh, metaverse. Yeah, the metaverse. Yeah, so like they spread their ideals to the metaverse and create new Wanderers who haven't actually been in the inn. Like that's kind of an interesting idea. So, so I do really like this ending of like, yeah, like the light's still there, that even though the building has toppled, the light that is the Wanderer's soul is unextinguished. And it's especially cool that it's a little candle image. It is a candle, not just the image. Because that totally is this very strong image of this little flame of hope, this little flicker of hope in darkness. And so I think that works very well as an ending, and unextinguished is a great final word for this story. But I do have like some questions and critiques for it. So my overall thoughts regarding this story, and this kind of goes along with, well, maybe I should talk about the tone first. Hi, Belle.
No! What are you guys doing? Why? Bowie has the throne now. You got the coffin bed. Don't try to steal it from him now. Don't try to steal it from him now, baby. Why are you guys trying to steal from each other?
So I guess I'll talk about like the emotion tone thing to set all this up. So I was very surprised to read your note and see you say that this is the saddest part of the story, and it made me sad, asterisk, in a different way, because I was like, oh no, does that mean that the tone that Riek wanted to convey didn't end up getting through? Like, I'm sad if that's the case. I'm sad that it's not sad. But I definitely did not get sadness out of this story. I got hope and fighting back, wanting to rebuild. Like, I definitely would say hope is the main vibe of the story. And it's not just like a general hope, it is a very active hope, that it's like we actively want to stand our ground. The Wanderer is actively like shouting words of hope into the world, and then in the end, the Wanderers are like, we are going to go out into the metaverse and stand for the Wanderers' ideals. And so all of it is this, like, yes, we are we are the warriors, we are going to do battle, for hope. we have, it's this very active hope. And I think that part of the reason that I really didn't get sadness from it is because I didn't at any point actually think that the Wanderer was gone. Like, even seeing the title, The Wanderer's End, like, there was an ever so slight part of me that was like, was I wrong? Like, I didn't think that Gemery could be destroyed either, so is it possible this really is The Wanderer's End? I didn't think it could end. But then the Wanderer itself says, this shall not be the end. I'll never fade nor dissipate. And then I swore I'd never fade. I'll be the birth of an age. And then in the end, the candle is unextinguished. And so, like, the whole time I'm like, oh yeah, like, even if the building, like, I can't be rebuilt, I don't know why it couldn't be, but even if the building can't be rebuilt, this is not the Wanderer's End. The Wanderer isn't dead. There is still hope. We are still gonna keep going. And so yeah, I wasn't, like, even though you do have this line of, they couldn't hold back their tears and stuff like that, it isn't the main body of the story. Like, the main scene isn't, like, the scene doesn't start with them picking up the pieces of the rubble and sobbing and rubbing each other's shoulders and being like it's gone, it's gone for us, like, he saved us, sort of thing.
Oh goodness. Can't have this thrown, so you want out?
What was I gonna say? Oh, and, like, the other thing about this is that it doesn't really have time to linger, and granted, like, you likely did not have the words to let it linger, but if it was more important to you that the story be sad, I actually would just end on the crying and not go to this, and, like, you could still show that the candle is unextinguished, but the fact that we only get, like, 2 very short paragraphs about, like, oh no, it's gone, and then the next one is like, well, pick ourselves up, let's fight for justice, let's fight for hope. And I just realized that I think the Wanderer is the personification. Oh no, I was gonna say is the personification of hope, but it's not hope, it's kindness, isn't it? But anyways, so I was gonna say, oh, the Wanderer is the personification of hope, so, like, the vibes being hope works really well, but it works a little less well if it's kindness. But anyways, so yeah, we only have a couple short paragraphs to grieve it, and then we're picking ourselves up. And the thing is that I myself as the reader, I'm not really grieving with them, because I know it's not dead. Especially because the Wanderer itself said, I'm not dead, guys. And so it's less to me like, oh no, this is horrible, I'm so sad, the Wanderer is dead. And then we get to the end, it's like, oh, it's not dead! Rather, it's just like, it's kind of like, I wish I could find the meme of it. If somebody has it, then, like, go plonk it in the chat somewhere. But there's, like, a meme, a text, an incorrect quotes kind of meme that's like, yes, like, walks up to your coffin, lays a flower on your coffin. All right, listen here, I know you're not dead. Yeah, of course I'm not dead. It's kind of that sort of vibe for me that I'm like, yes, walking up to the Wanderer's coffin, it's all very sad. Listen here, bud, I know you're not dead. That kind of thing. And so that doesn't mean that it's not a powerful and cool story, but it's powerful and cool in the, like, the hope and the, yeah, like, we're gonna fight vibes of it. Not so much in the, like, It's so sad. It's dead. Vibes of it, if that makes sense. Um, and so, kind of going along with that, granted, maybe the Wanderers themselves don't know as much about the Wanderer as I do. Maybe they don't know that it is like this concept made physical and stuff like that. But regardless, it feels like the candle is exactly what they'd all be looking for. Like, I don't know why they would all just be like, well, that's that. Okay, it's dead. And then the candle's like, guys, I'm here. You know, I don't know why they wouldn't be desperately, like, especially because, like, they love the Wanderer and they don't want it to be dead. Why they wouldn't be desperately clawing through the rubble looking for the candle to make sure that it's unextinguished. And, like, I mean, I don't know exactly where the story's going to go from here, so it may be important that they don't think that they do think that the Wanderer is dead. But that could be a cool scene, too, of, like, one of them finding the candle and, like, carefully bringing it to the others and, like, their sad, teary faces, like, one by one, slowly lifting up. Yeah, actually, kind of think of it, that might have better conveyed, I mean, granted, it would still have that hopeful vibe, but that might have better conveyed the sadness, too. Because if everybody is, like, crying and sad and desperate, and instead of Claw making the speech, which I do like his speech, but instead of him making the speech, somebody, maybe Claw, finds the candle and then brings it to them, and, like, their sad faces all slowly lift up and light up, and they're like, you know, it's not totally dead. You know, we can bring its light to the world. I think that could work really well. So yeah, I'm definitely wondering why they just accepted it and didn't even look for the candle. Even though, again, I like the speech that Claw makes, and I like the image of the candle being unextinguished but unnoticed.
Oh, kitty cat. That's a baby kitty.
So as for your questions, so most of all, I want to know if I managed to make it more understandable for new people this time. Of course, only new people can say for sure, but I think that you did. I think that this works pretty well for newcomers. Sure, newcomers might be like, the Moors, the Death Ray, what? But I feel like it's pretty easy to understand. Yep, like this inn is called the Wanderers. They are Wanderers. Like, this inn is important to them, and it got destroyed. Doesn't really matter who destroyed it. They had a death ray. They destroyed it. You know, and like it was sad, but actually, like, you know, the candle's still there. I think it all works. I think that you do a pretty good job explaining what you need to explain for the story. So yeah, I do think that you accomplished that from what I understand. What do you think about the candle's flame rising up? I liked that. I thought that worked for me. It's cool because, like, I have never seen that before, if I recall, and so I'm like, oh yeah, like, that does kind of make sense, that the candle is like the Wanderer's soul, and it's never had to use this kind of power before, but it, you know, rises up and protects them. Like, that's very cool, and it definitely has a, like, warm feeling to it. Like, I know I'm getting an image, because, like, don't even feel like I can describe it, that I feel like I'm getting an image from an anime, but what anime? I don't really know. Like, I'm just kind of imagining, like, this golden flame that like swirls around, and it's not like this dark, violent fire, but rather like this warm, gentle fire that surrounds them and stuff like that. The Wanderer, the inn, is now destroyed. How do you think it will continue? And what do you think about the imagery of the candle in the ruins? I'm not sure, because I feel like it could go in a lot of different ways. That it could be that maybe all you need is the candle for the inn to rebuild itself. And so, yeah, like, the inn is going to come back. I don't know how long it would take or how hard it would be, but maybe the inn itself is going to come back. Maybe, especially because you're asking that question, maybe the inn itself can't come back, even though the wanderer, the soul, the candle still exists. And so, like I said, are the wanderers themselves going to carry the candle around places? Will the wanderer get a new body? Will the wanderer get to, like, become human somehow? Will it just get a new form that is neither building nor human? Will it be an animal or something? Will somebody, like, put the candle in, like, a different inn, and, like, that inn will you know, the wanderer's sentience or sapience will be able to go into that building and make a new wanderer out of a new building? I don't know. I feel like it could go a lot of different directions. Will the candle be captured by the Moors? Do the Moors know they didn't succeed? I don't know. There's a lot of different places you could go, but any and all of them sound really interesting and exciting to me personally, and I'm excited to see, you know, where things go. Oh, and I should say, that despite kind of going like, will it be the Wanderer's End though? I do think that's a really good title, like, especially if your readers know the character. And granted, like, I mean, there's complexities to that. But saying, like, the main character's end as, like, your title is a great title. Now that I say that, it definitely has the vibes of Eugene / Flynn saying at the beginning of the Tangled movie, "This is the story of how I died." Don't worry, it's actually a very fun story, and it isn't even mine. You know, it has those vibes of, like, the Wanderer being like, "This is the story of how I died." And spoilers, much like in that movie, you know, Eugene doesn't really die, the Wanderer doesn't really die, so it kind of works in that way.
Meow meow kitty. Are you here? What if I do this? What if I show you? What if I show you? Kitty cat. Do you need more of my pets? Oh, you're a cutie. You're silly.
Yes, there it is. Here, I'll just, like, try and see if I can put it on the screen. I don't know if you can see that. At Person 1's funeral, Person 2. I need a moment with him. Everyone, of course, they leave. Person 2 leaning over Person 1's coffin. Okay, listen here, you little shit. I know you're not dead. Person 1, yeah, no shit. Exactly. There you go. That's the meme.
What about the table? What about the table, Belle? What do you think of sitting up here? Is that acceptable?
She's like, well, there's a lot of cords up here. I don't know. But yes, I hope that, like, I know how it feels to have a scene that you've had in your head for a long time, and I could see it being, like, especially if you really wanted it to be, like, super sad and emotional in that way, that it could be extremely disappointing to hear that people didn't get out of it what you wanted them to get out of it. So I'm really sorry if I am unfortunately affording you this, is that the right word, affording? Giving you that disappointment. I don't like giving people disappointment. I don't want to do that. But I can only say how I honestly feel about the story.
No kitty cat. Yeah, no, table wasn't acceptable. You want out?
gave me this look of like, I'm like, you want out? And she's like, I want you to love me. I want the throne. Oh no, this corroborates my fear. He says, I was never as nervous as I am now when something from me was read. Oh, I'm sorry. And FYI, like, while I'm talking about it, like, if you have a scene where you're like, oh, I've been building this up in my head, and, like, I'm really scared how Kaylee's gonna react to it, and she's gonna critique it harshly, and if you feel like, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to stomach it if she critiques it harshly. And honestly, it's okay if you're like, I can't even handle you critiquing it a little bit. You are totally free to just put the "don't read this one" tag on it. Like, you don't have to you don't have to have a grand reason to put the "don't read this one" tag on it. Like, for whatever reason, if you're like, I think it would be better if this one were not read, that's totally fine to include that. And I hope that I haven't critiqued it harshly, because I do really like this story. Mako, the Wanderer just tuckered itself out. It needs a nap, and then it'll pull itself back together. Like a lot of all-out attacks that leave the user unconscious. Yeah, this is the Wanderer going unconscious, is it being reduced to rubble. Riek, I always imagine the death ray decimating the entire surroundings of the inn as well. Gotcha. So what are the Wanderers standing on by the end then, if it's just like, it's nothingness? You know, it's a crater. Or is that what they're standing on? Just a crater. Oh yes, I forgot to talk about that. What did you guys think in terms of the prompt here? I think it is there because there obviously is a very high price in the story, which is like the Wanderers, even if the Wanderer is not completely dead, the building is at least temporarily destroyed, and so that is a price. And like, yeah, you could say that the flame stuff is magic, and so protecting them with the magic came with the price of now the Wanderer was destroyed, so it is there. But I also felt like, especially because it's not really about the magic, like even if that is magic, the magic is kind of incidental. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, you know, as I said, feel free to say your guys' thoughts if you're like, I thought the prompt was perfect, or if you're like, yeah, I also had some reservations. Yeah, it didn't feel like, oh yes, like, I decided to use this magic and now I've paid a terrible price. It felt more like a price was paid, whether it's for magic or not sure. Like, I guess part of it is like the price was just paid for existence. That the Moors wanted the Wanderer gone and decided to wipe it out. And so, like, it doesn't seem like it's creating that shield that like killed the Wanderer. That, oh yes, this is the price of that. And granted, maybe if you like clarified more strongly that the Wanderer could have protected itself and it chose them, then maybe the problem would come through a little more strongly. But yeah, it's like there's a price paid, you know, but the magic part I feel like is less strong, if that makes sense. Like I said, I wouldn't say it doesn't fulfill the prompt, it is there. I just didn't feel like it was as strong as it is in some of the other stories this week, if it makes sense. Riek, in a way, this was also the Wanderer itself having planned this. He told the Wanderers to leave the inn because it knew it would be destroyed, and that way the Wanderers have nothing left to lose, which means no one can hold them down anymore. Oh, interesting. That does make more sense if the Wanderer, if they want to stay in the Wanderer, and the Wanderer's like, no, I don't want you to die, please get out. That does work. That does work better. Now, granted, there are two caveats, I guess, to that. One is that the death ray went for them too. Like where was that? The death ray crashed down on them. So like, whether it's because the death ray went for them and then the Wanderer, or if it just was so big it destroyed them both, making them exit didn't save them, you know, didn't save them from the death ray, like the fire did. And so presumably the fire could do that inside as well. So exiting seems kind of incidental to the outcome. And then What's the other thing I was gonna say? Oh, yeah. Then I definitely think, like, taking out stuff like, held their ground might help as well, because it's not so much that they're like, yes, we have our swords pointed at the Death Ray, or our guns, or whatever, and we're holding fast. It's more like, we would very much like to hold our ground and fight for the Wanderer, but the Wanderer didn't let us. the Wanderer made us get out. If that makes sense. Just straight. I unfortunately have heard information that may have influenced how I see the end of this. Is it the same info I've heard or different info? Maybe you say in the chat. I'll keep reading. Just some things you said during backup readings regarding the flame left behind. Don't want to say more in case I'm spoiling later stories. Gotcha. Okay, so it's, you might know what goes on. Gotcha. The reading laid out like the whole story of the Wanderer Chronicles while we were planning our co-authored story during the winter, so I am the last person to judge these individually. They're all like, oh right, I remember this part being explained to me, pretty much. Super fair, super fair. I know that feeling. This is a fair point, because I know the whole point of the Death Ray was stay in the inn or you die, but that's not clear here. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying, that it's like, well, they got out of the inn and they still were about to die. That was more of a coincidence. I think you were talking about this, fair. I was imagining rainbow fire. So you're imagining something like Zuko and Aang in the dragon fire. I could see that. That could make sense. That is like, while it's a different like color or image, that is similar to the image I had of just like, it is this good fire, this beautiful thing that is not burning, but rather warming and shielding, and that's pretty much that image. Hello, Killer Clutch. Welcome. Ride the pillar of flame into the orbital to punch the orbital death ray. Yes. The new age without the Moors will get there. Ooh, I'm excited to hear that's a thing. I did not know that the Moors would be successfully wiped out, so very curious to hear that. To go back on why Ree didn't intervene, they planned for it, but the ray was just, faster, and the Wanderer, the candle was as well. As mentioned before, it had to do to take all fear from its patrons. At this point, metaverse, multiverse, man, who cares? But going back to the Ree thing, I guess that creates a new question of why/how was the death ray faster? Because the death ray had to charge up. And not only did it have to charge up, like, it had to start to charge up. Like, it was like, it was like the uploading screen, on a Windows computer or something. And so, like, assuredly, like, as far as I know, it's like a superpower for Ree, that he just has to, like, be like, point at something and be like, chaos, and then it gets destroyed. Does he have to charge up too? Because, like, in the Valentine story, didn't he, it was just, like, his emotion that, boom, destroyed everything in the vicinity. And so presumably, he's pretty mad at the death ray right now, and so why can't he just, like, be like, you suck, and then chaos blast. Why is it, why is the death ray, which needs to charge, which they've been talking even before it started charging, faster than Ree, pointing his chaos at it. Just an iPad with the image of the candle. I don't know what that refers to, but that sounds funny. Now the moment was just sad for the Wanderers. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so you say it's the saddest moment. It's not so much sad for the reader, but just for the Wanderers. That works then. Why are you trying to steal from each other? Because they are cats. Yeah. Prove that I suck at writing anything but hopeful and sugary things. See Fiona and John Lowe. Well, I feel like you're self-deprecating yourself too much there, because granted, like, granted, I don't remember. Well, actually, I do. I was gonna say I don't remember the last sad thing you wrote. I do. It's the Valentine story, and that worked. that was, even though like I had quite a few critiques for that story, the sadness of that story absolutely came through. Like, one of the things that I can definitely say that you did well was the emotion of that piece, and how, like, they're just saying they love each other, and then she's ripped away from him. So, like, that, I definitely think you are capable of writing, things other than hopeful and sugary things, but especially because this group as a whole really likes their darkness, I really appreciate your hopeful and sugary things. Granted, I can, love the dark things too, but I like some variety, and so having you and Galler always being my hopeful boys is really nice. And Spectre sometimes. I mean, Spectre has been branching into some darker stuff more and more lately, but his stories tend to be a little more hopeful as well. Magistrate. I thought it was a great story, Rian, but yeah, I got the mood of hope at the end. Kindness can often bring hope, that is true. Mika, now I'm imagining the Wanderer's candle sitting under the rubble a few minutes later being like, guys, my Wanderers, anyone gonna dig me out? Hello? Yeah, if this was more of a comedy, that would totally be like the after credits scene. What are you thinking I'm gonna make it out of this because I'm narrating it? Haven't you seen American Beauty? I haven't. Hello, Leon Nagal. Welcome. I feel writing is often so much more about getting stuff out of yourself than anything else. I often get exhausted but calmer after I write. 100% agree with that. Totally. Well, first of all, you might have already been told, but FYI, welcome. We are a writing group. We have a prompt every week, and we write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. And then I read some of the submissions for the week here on stream today, Saturdays. So somebody please put the link to the Discord in the chat if you haven't already. But yes, I totally agree with that. I absolutely get that feeling of sometimes where I am, doing really poorly and I channel my emotion into my story. It makes me feel better afterwards. And, like, it works for small emotions and big emotions. And that is, like, it's an interesting thing. I mean, I could talk too long about this. I'll try not to, but it's an interesting thing how I think there's kind of stages where, like, one stage is just, like, get it out of me. Like, kind of like Riank was saying about I've had this has been living rent-free in my head for so long. There's kind of stages of, like, get it out. And then, like, sometimes, like, at least for me, like, when I get it out, it's not the best thing, and so I have to, like, polish it and stuff. Or there are times where I'm like I said, like, this is too important to me, I just need to get it on the page, but I can't share it with anyone, or, I can't do anything official with it, it just needs to exist, sort of thing. So yeah, I think I agree with that. I think it's an interesting thing to explore with writing. It'd be neat if the candle flame spread to the building and became a huge bonfire and such as it prepared it to shield them. I don't know if you were saying this, but that could be an interesting way to do it, is if the flame surrounded the whole inn and it was a shield for them, but it burned the inn. That, like, the inn's own magic burned itself up, like, kind of thing. I love the rainbow fire imagery. How the bits don't question the charge up. I don't know what that means exactly, but thanks for the bit. Magistrate. I think the impression that the Wanderer is thinking something along the lines of, I can protect all of you, but the Moors are going to keep attacking until the inn is taxed to the ground, so if you stay, eventually I won't have the energy to keep you out of danger. Raised to the ground, and you autocorrect. Gotcha. That's very fair. Yeah, so that is fair, that it's just like, you need to get out of here, so, like, it's going to happen regardless, like, that's the start of the story. It was clear from the start this was happening. Like, it's not a question of stopping this, it's a question of, like, the least damage. I'm gonna be reduced to rubble, but you guys don't have to be, you know, kind of thing. That's what I was about to say. The last few stories of Red Spectre have been downright bleak. Yeah, super fair. It is interesting, because Spectre can always answer if he watches the VOD, but I do feel like Spectre started out as, like, for the most part, quite uplifting, and there would be some occasional darkness thrown in there, and, like, he's been slowly diving into, like, deeper and darker topics as he continues his writing journey. Or maybe getting more comfortable with, like, darker topics. I definitely understand that feeling where it's like, I don't know how people are gonna react to this. Not ready for that one. Don't question the charge of the death ray, I believe is what he meant. Gotcha. I thought you were talking about the bits, and I was like, why am I getting charged up for the bits? But yeah, gotcha. Okay, what's going on in the not-so-private chat? Wolf, no one noticed. Then why are we here? Rink, all-knowing narrator. Wolf, And said, omniscient narrator has been a valid mode of telling stories effectively forever. Wolf, I'm not saying it's invalid, but I do think it undermines the overall mood. It doesn't feel as grand a sacrifice on the part of the inn. Oh, okay, so yeah, so you must be someone who didn't know that from the beginning that the Wanderer wasn't gonna die, and so you're like, oh, it did sacrifice itself, and so then when the candle comes back in the end, you're like, oh, it didn't, and so it took away some of the power. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Yeah, I didn't really question it. So it is interesting because that's something I will often critique of, your characters can't notice what they can't notice. And so if a story is in first person and then you're like, I didn't notice this thing, you know, unless it's very specifically that narrator is like writing down what they knew, like their past experiences. If it's like, oh, I know today that this thing was there, but I didn't know it then. That's the one way that could work. Otherwise, if you didn't notice something, you can't tell us about it because you didn't notice it, you know? But I honestly didn't really question this one because it did read as an omniscient narrator that kind of knows everything and is just like, yep, no one noticed this, so I do applaud you for that working, because there are times where a writer meant to write in omniscient and I'm like, that felt third limited, and how did they not notice? That was not the case here. It definitely read as omniscient, and so I personally didn't have that problem. But I can see others having that problem, especially in terms of like undermining the sacrifice. Hello, CM Willer. Yes, Lord of the Rings speeches indeed. CM Weller headcanon that the building has to grow back. Oh yeah. Oh, I was gonna say that the story reminds me a lot of Groot, and that kind of goes along with what I was saying about like them being in the inn, but the inn sacrificing itself. Spoilers, sorry. You know, it'd be like Groot protecting them but sacrificing himself, and then especially if the inn does have to like slowly rebuild, it is like the little stalk of Groot. Chaos control. Make a good question. The death ray wouldn't have started firing until they were seen to leave, but Ree could have been preparing whatever he was gonna do beforehand. Exactly. Minion fire! It's warming up, sir! Warming up! The sun is warming up! Nice. You've never seen that movie? Oh, it's so good! The give is from Megamind. And they never made a sequel. Never. It's not a thing that exists. Alrighty, room. Very good story, Reincarnator. Okay, so I think in the spirit of what I was saying before. So, you weren't here earlier, Sam Weller, but I curated the pattern of the stories that, a couple of the stories are a bit more like telly in how the story is told, and other stories were more showy of like showing just like the price within the story. And like, I guess yours is kind of at the middle, come to think of it. But I very purposefully did like telly story, showy story, telly story. So I think we're gonna do mine next, and then we will do yours fourth, if that is all right. Of course, if you like have to get going or something, I am cool with doing yours next still. Oh, cool. Okay. And thanks for reading, says Reincarnator. Thank you for submitting. Okie dokie. Oh yes, Bella did a good job. I'm going back in the coffin bed. Alright. User error. The Ballad of the Monsters. Savion. But I prefer the term antihero. Flash Kirby. 350 words. I looked at my brother in the hospital bed beside mine, at the bandaged stump where his leg was meant to be. Do you hate magic? I asked softly. He turned to me, raising an eyebrow. Why would I? I felt my eyebrow mirror his. It kept us apart, for one. It took your leg for two. He opened his mouth, then closed it. What? I shouldn't say it. I tilted my head. Now you have to. He inhaled. Magic didn't do either of those things. You did. I blinked, then swallowed. You're right. A scoff. I'd almost forgotten. What? I've read fiction about magic. Whether it be mana, life force, or just coins, most agree it comes with a price. But when I looked at the magic I saw in the world, it seemed to me it wasn't the magic's fault. It was the humans. They used it for terrible things and terrible reasons. The consequences were natural. You wanted those powers for yourself. You thought you'd be different. I nodded, and when I realized I couldn't control them, I knew it could hurt you or potentially kill you. I was given a choice. Give up my magic or give up my brother. Even from moment one, I wasn't willing to give it up for you. My magic killed people on accident, I continued, but I knew it wasn't my magic's fault. It was only acting on what was in my head. You still didn't give it up. I swallowed. And I was given a new choice. Keep my magic, get you back, and give up my body. Become a true monster. He chuckled. You were so sure you'd never make that choice. Blindly, I believed one day I'd be reunited with you without sacrifice. I thought I could have everything. My magic, my being, you. No matter how clear it was, I could only have two. And because of my indecision, I looked at his stump again. You're right. It wasn't about the magic. It was about the person. I sighed, shaking my head. Can you forgive me? I already have. And throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Speaking of villains becoming heroes. Oh, I was going to say, when were we talking about that? We were talking about Megamind. Yep. That is one of the reasons I love Megamind. He is my type of character. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung. Yes, I created Savion and Lister long before I watched Full Metal Alchemist, but absolutely they are very much meant to have Edward and Alphonse vibes, for sure. My headcanon is that whenever they get to modern day Earth and they start to be able to like watch TV and stuff, that is their collective favorite show, is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Alright, so since this story is mine, instead of having praise and critique for it, I have questions for you guys. So, what did you think of the story? If you just have any general thoughts, praise, critique, feel free to say them. And big question, it's kind of the same question I had for Mako's story, which is, my story is a little more telly. Instead of it being like the story when Lester loses his leg, it is just kind of telling you, here's how magic works. Did that lose your interest? Did that make you bored? Did it keep your interest at first, but then like once he started monologuing, you lost your interest? And is there anything I could have done to keep your interest better? And it is interesting to think about because, like, I realize as I say that, like, because I was really struggling with this prompt because, like, all the things that I could think of were telly like this, of just like, okay, here's how magic works. And I didn't love that. And like my midstream question is actually going to be about this too. I wrote one down early for once. Oh, Ed is incoming. I guess we'll pause there. Where's camera? This camera? This camera.
Look at that fluff ball. Look at that fluff ball on the chair.
I want to pet him, but if I pet him, he might get up. Okay, what other goodies do I have in my thing to show you? Oh, yes. Here. I was telling you about their tea series. This is their upcoming series. It's like their apothecary series. I have no idea how I'll feel about it. If I will be equally as just like, I don't care, or if I will like it. I kind of like this. I don't know if I really use it, but it's cute. It's got a little cauldron on the end. Big stirry stick. Fun to use. You can use this as a baton or wand. Yes. Get this out. You've got a wizard's tapestry. I don't know if it's meant to be particular wizards, you know, like Dumbledore and Aberforth, or Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Well, probably not Grindelwald because they were young. Or if it's just generic wizards, but kind of like Alice in Wonderland-y almost, with mushrooms and stuff. There's that. Oh yeah, this is neat. The Potion Master's Guidebook. They do, again, the things that are how they get you, is they do these little pages in each of their boxes. So it's like a little, you know, it's a potion and the ingredients and stuff. And there's the bone regen serum and how to make it. But I will admit, I like I didn't really care for these, but I do like them more now that I have the book that they can go in. I'm like, oh, that's kind of pretty. I have another one that I got from a box like 2 years ago, I think, or a year ago, that I need to go dig out from wherever it went. But yeah, so that's pretty neat. I kind of wish that it was like just like normal paper size, so that if you were like, I'm not really into like these things, that you could use it for other papers and stuff. But it's neat. Oh, and here are the last couple things. They're little potion stickers. I don't recall. Yeah. I guess maybe that these will be for future boxes, that they're stickers to put on potions that are upcoming, I guess. I don't know why they do that, because with other potions that they have sent, they just send the stickers with them. So I don't know why this one got sent separately. And then you got a little Potion Masters, I don't know, forget what it's called, but the office, the classroom, I guess. It's kind of cute. And then another one that's very similar. They've had a lot by this artist, so neat to have more in this style.
Pretty cute. Pretty neat.
I don't know if there's anything that... Oh, yeah. Okay. There was a tea. And then I told you before, I'm not really into the tea. I'm gonna try and, I'm so not into the tea stuff, I'm gonna just, like, try and sell them on eBay or something, so I'll probably sell this tea along with them. But yeah, they gave me tea. Oh, yeah, this shirt was another thing that
they gave me.
Not the necklace. This is Rumpelstiltskin's dagger that I had to wear for this stream. And I just realized the ad is over. But yes. It's like... Their shirts are so nice. They are, some of the nicest, like the softest, goodest quality shirts that I own. If you've seen my shirt that is just like, well, maybe I'll get it for the next ad, but like, I think it's like Books and a Potion. It's one of my favorites. I wear it a lot. And then there's another one that's like Hagrid's motorbike. Of course it's not called that. It's like, it's kind of like it's supposed to be a Harley Davidson shirt, but it's just like for flying motorbikes. Anyways, back to my story. So as I said earlier in the stream, I am not so good with setting, and part of that is because I barely had the words to say what needed to be said in the dialogue, so I definitely didn't have the words for the proper setting. That obviously I could have done a better job with more words. But on the other hand, I very specifically chose to devote my words to the dialogue and not the setting. So I am curious if the setting worked for you, if you were like, I don't know where we are, or I feel confused as to where I am, or the story felt stagnant or stale without more setting. Did you feel like when I introduced, like, oh yes, the bandage stump where his leg was meant to be, do you hate magic? Were you like, whoa, why are we talking about magic? Go back to his leg being gone, you know? Or were you like, I'm sure we'll get to it? Do you feel like Savion was being kind of dumb and being like, yeah, magic kept us apart, magic took your leg? The intention was not for him to look dumb there. It was just meant to be, I mean, I guess part of it is because he has encountered a person who does hate magic, and for those types of reasons, that it's like, it is something he did, but, you know, he hates she hates magic, because of it, and so, so, like, he knows that he's the one who did those things, like, obviously because of what he says later, but it's also like, I could see you hating magic because it's because of magic that we were kept apart. It's because of magic that you lost your leg. You know, if I didn't have magic, your leg would still be here. If I didn't have magic, we would have never been separated, you know, that kind of thing. I also wasn't sure, because I did have a draft where it just derailed the conversation too much, and so I didn't mention it. But I am a little curious if you would have liked for Lestaire to be like, yeah, and it also made us human, so pretty happy about that. I did realize that I did not have a dialogue tag here. It was supposed to be Lestaire action, Savion action, Lestaire action. Or Lestaire action, Savion dialogue, Lestaire dialogue, Savion dialogue. But I'm not sure if that got confusing. And I'm not sure if that worked, because I feel like that's a very natural thing to happen in real life, that someone's just like, and it's like, what, you're gonna say something? I shouldn't. Well, now you have me curious, so now you have to. So I'm curious if that came through in writing, or if it was like, what are you talking about? I'm mad I didn't get the inhale, exhale thing right. I did it right in my practice, but he inhaled. Magic didn't do either of those things. He exhaled. You did. There we go. That soothes. I was to say my conscience. Not my conscience, really. That soothes me. Nose, cooperate. And I blinked and swallowed. You're right, Scoff. I'd almost forgotten. The more I read that line, the more I feel like it doesn't work. Because I think it sounds like he's going, yeah, you're right. I'd almost forgotten I was the one who did those things. When that's not the intention. The intention is, you're right. And then he like thinks of something else, and then he's like, wow. And the something else is the fact that he had the same thought. It's that in the past, he knew it wasn't about the magic, it was about the person. And so he's like, how could I have forgotten? I knew this from the beginning, you know? And so, but the more I reread it, I feel like it doesn't work. But just saying, like, you know, I blinked and swallowed, you're right, doesn't really segue into the whole monologue. So if you have any ideas for how to do that transition from, like, you're right to the monologue, do tell. And then that was one of my biggest, like, struggles with this story, is that I didn't like that it was just Savion monologuing. I made a very last minute change, which is that for most versions of the story, this whole thing was just Savion. And like only, Lestaire only talked at I already have. And so I was like, I don't like that it's just him monologuing. I feel like it's very easy to not realize who's talking. And so I had Lestaire talk, but just kind of corroborate, like, yes, I know this story, you know, like, yep, I know, you want all those powers for yourself. And so did that work that with Lestaire kind of interjecting in the middle, or would it have worked better with Savion just monologuing? Does him interjecting make it less of a monologue, or, you know, yeah, what do you think of Lestaire interjecting? And then, especially if you don't know the universe, did it weird you out that he said humans? I was thinking of putting people there, but I did prefer humans because that really is the situation, is that he's like, I'm not human. I will use the magic better. Proceeds to definitely not use the magic better. You know, that kind of thing. But that might have undermined the fact that he's basically, and we'll come back to that, but he's basically saying, we were both right. It's not about the magic, it's about the person, you know? And I guess that kind of segues into, like, the next thing that I was going to talk about, is that, like, in a lot of my stories, I get up here and I'm like, I felt like I needed to say that he became human and he was a wolf before, but I also feel like that adds universe stuff and awkwardness to the story that might make newcomers confused or less into it or whatever. And so in this one, I was happy because I was like, I found a way, I found a story where I don't have to mention that he became human, finally. And then, like, as I was going over it with my dad, I realized maybe I did still need to say that he became human. Because here's the thing, that, like, we start the whole speech by him being like, yep, I could choose my magic or my brother, and I chose my magic. And I feel like, especially if you don't know the character, you're probably sitting there going, why? Why did you choose your magic over him? I did have another version of the story or multiple versions of the story where he was like, this was what I wanted. This was power, respect, prowess. Like, I wasn't willing to give it up. So I am curious if that would have helped as well, if I explained or gave you a little tidbit of, like, this is what I wanted, I didn't want to give it up kind of thing. If you were very lost and confused as to why he wouldn't give it up for his brother. And then, like, in the end, it's supposed to, like, hint at he did make that choice. That, like, You don't know what giving up his body means, but he did have to make that choice, and so he did ultimately make a sacrifice to be with his brother. It just took a bit of a kick in the nards to have that happen. It took his magic him using his magic, taking Lestaire's leg, however accidental, to make him wake up and be like, okay, I have to do something. And that is another thing that I took out, is that, like, I had a line in there of him going, like, blindly I believed one day I'd be reunited with you without sacrifice. And he said something along the lines of, like, I didn't do anything to make it happen. I just blindly hoped that one day it would happen. And so I am curious if that would have helped as well, that like, he has realized he had to do something, that he couldn't just be like, it'll happen one day, I think. It's like, no, we can't. And I guess that's, maybe I'm going too much into it, but that's kind of the thing, is that it's like, the status quo was not great, but it was acceptable. Like, him having his magic, being super powerful, but being without his brother, it's not ideal. He would like to be with his brother again, but it's fine. It's acceptable. And so when he ended up accidentally taking his brother's leg, the status quo was no longer acceptable. And so he's like, okay, like, I'm doing something. I cannot, I cannot live in a world in which I can do that to my brother, and so I am now making the choice. I realize I have to sacrifice something. And that was the point of Lestaire chuckling, is that it was, I wasn't sure it would do it, but it was meant to convey, like, as he's saying, like, yeah, you were so sure you'd never make that choice, that he did make that choice. And I also don't know if that choice successfully harkens back to become a true monster, give up my body, or if you're like, that choice? What choice? And then I am curious, so yeah, how do I summarize that question? I guess, like, did I need to make it clearer that he did make a sacrifice for his brother, or that Lestaire losing his leg was a wake-up call for him that made him change things? Because I feel like if this doesn't convey that he did make the choice, I feel like you can easily be like, he's sitting here just being like, oh, I guess part of it is that they are sitting next to each other, and so that's also meant to convey he made a choice that let them sit next to each other. But anyways, but without, putting that second thing together, or without putting together that he's chuckling because he made the choice, it could easily just read as like, yep, I wasn't willing to give up my magic for you, and now now I took your leg. Can you forgive me? And then he might be sitting there like, no. And, like, that is part of why Lestaire's response is, I already have, is because, like, it's because of a couple things, but it's like, yeah, like, you made the decision that you never wanted to make. You made a huge sacrifice for me. You clearly care, and so, yeah, like, I can forgive you. And the other thing is, presumably, this is not Savion's first time apologizing to him. Like, the fact that he is talking without reserve and without cringing at himself, and stuff is like, if you know the story, I know you won't get that if you don't know the story, but if you know the story, that is meant to convey that this is, like, probably like a week or more in, and so he has presumably apologized multiple times before this point, and so he's like, yeah, I said I forgive you. It's not so much a this is the first time I'm asking your forgiveness, please, brother, and more of like, this is the 10th time you've said sorry today. I have forgiven you. Kind of thing. Again, I don't expect you to get that if you don't know the story, but that was the intent there, and I am a little curious if there was any hint of that if you did know the story. I don't know. I'm rambling. What was my next question? And like, I guess still going back to the previous question, that like, I don't know if specifically saying like, become human instead of like, give up my body, give up my being, become a true monster, because those three are could be three different things and are a little obtuse. And so I don't know if just saying it a little more directly of, become human actually would have benefited the story. But anyways, on to the next question. Would it have been better to say, well, first of all, in a lot of my drafts I had him say, you're right, and I was right. It wasn't about the magic, it was about the person. And I took out the I was right because I felt like that felt too selfish of like, yeah, you're right, but like, let's not forget the fact that I'm right too. I wasn't sure if it would have that kind of vibe to it where it just feels like you couldn't just like, be humble and let him have this. Like, you had to be the one who was right too. So I took it out. But the more I reread it, I do feel like it would have been better to keep it in. Because it is, like, his whole speech is basically like, oh yeah, I knew this from the beginning and I forgot. Like, from the beginning, I didn't think it was about the magic. I thought it was about the humans, the people. And because I wasn't human, I thought I was different and I thought the rules didn't apply to me. And so I didn't see, and like, I guess that's a question of its own of, was that clear throughout his speech that he's basically saying, like, I thought I was different. And so, like, I'm sitting here not giving my magic up for my brother, and yet I think I'm better than them. I was killing people on accident, and yet I thought I was better than them. I was refusing to make the choice that would allow me to keep both the things that I wanted to keep, just give up this other thing. I was still refusing to do that, and I thought I was different from them. I was just blindly hoping, yes, one day it'll happen. And then I took your leg, and finally I realized I wasn't different from them. That kind of thing. I now see that I was not different. And so that would be the intention of him saying, you're right and I was right, is like not so much like, yeah, let's pat me on the back too, but more of him saying like, you're right and I forgot that I was right. I forgot that I knew this from the beginning. But saying, I forgot that I knew this from the beginning is a lot of words. So I am curious if I had said, you're right and I was right, if it would have conveyed that like selfishness of like, you couldn't have just let him have this, or if it would have properly conveyed what I wanted it to convey of like, I forgot that I knew this from the beginning. And then the other question about that is, do you like it wasn't about the magic, it was about the person? Or would you have preferred it wasn't about the magic, it was about the human? I didn't do that, A, because I wasn't sure he would say that word yet, and B, because I wasn't sure if it, like, undermined the meaning, that the meaning is, like, it wasn't about the magic, it was about me. And so if you said human, if it would seem to just like, oh, you're being overly self-deprecating instead of recognizing, no, I was the problem. And so I definitely wanted it to convey by the end, he recognizes that he's the problem, rather than just like, oh yeah, I'm the worst, I suck, I'm human now, kind of thing. But as I'm saying it again now, I kind of feel like saying it was about the human would have done it better, because I would hope that it would convey both, like, it was about me as a person, and he's realizing, like, no, I'm not better than them, which is kind of the whole point that I'm not sure comes across without that. So I am curious if you like person or human. And then lastly, I am also curious if it actually would have been better to end the story on it wasn't about the magic, it was about the person, or it wasn't about the magic, it was about the human. To just like bookend it of, yep, that's what Lestaire brought up, and so that's the ending, that's your final beat drop. Or if you liked the, can you forgive me? I originally had him say, like, that was actually the transition here instead of the I'd almost forgotten. He said sorry, and then Lestaire said something like, I told you I forgive you. And then he starts monologuing. But I didn't like the flow of that either. And so I was like, ooh, like maybe I can put it at the end. Like that'd be dramatic and sweet and cool. But like I said, it might have the issue of just like, no. What reason does he have to forgive you? Your whole speech was about how much you suck. So yeah, I'm curious. If that ending worked for you or not, and if there would be any way to make it work better. And that kind of goes to, I don't think I said at the beginning that I was thinking about that the reason that I couldn't write this story as like the moment that Lestaire loses his leg is because, well, first of all, just in general, he's not thinking about this. So when Lestaire loses his leg, he's thinking about, oh my gosh, I don't want him to die. We gotta go save him. Bring him to a hospital. But aside from that, like, even if I wrote it as him, like right after thinking about it and being like, oh my gosh, I can't believe my magic did that. I can't believe that I did that. It still would have been Telly, just in a different way. It would have been in his head, like all the narration inside and stuff. But anyways, like, yeah, he's not thinking about, oh, you got up. Are you trying to take the coffin bed too now? Baby. You guys. Do I need to buy two? You're making it seem that way. Oh, poor baby. Hacking baby. He's okay. He just coughs sometimes. What was I saying? Kitty. Oh, I was talking about, yeah. They're like, in the moment, it wouldn't be so much, I mean, I don't know, like, I guess it still could convey the idea of like, oh, your magic did that, there's your prize. But I really wanted to go for this grand thing of like, the reason that this price occurred is because you didn't give up your magic for your brother on day one. That's kind of the thing of like, this wasn't a result of like, oh, I did this one spell, and like, whoopsie doodles, my brother lost his leg because of magic. It's more about like, the fact that you knew that you couldn't control your magic, and you continuously made the choice to not give it up. You continuously didn't make the choice that would allow you to keep it but not hurt him. Because of the choices that you made or didn't make, that's what led to this. And so that's the price of magic, is that the price for keeping magic, period. And it's more about you as a person than it is about, like, what the magic did, if that makes sense. Anyhow, let's see what folks have been saying. Behold, my story stick! Where's story stick? Behold, my stirry stick. What is that? Oh, yes, that's the, behold, my stuff. Mako, it feels kind of like a vent/explanation apology rather than just telling us stuff. A long version of, I thought I was better than that, but I wasn't, and I regret some of my action. I don't know if you meant that in parentheses, some of my actions to be as funny as it is. And it's like, yeah, I totally regret my actions. I was the worst. I regret some of my actions. What was that part? Yeah, I regret my actions. There's something in there. There's something in there. Because that's very true. That it's like, yes, I killed people on accident. Isn't that terrible? Yes, you should feel terrible. Yep, I totally regret some of those deaths. Really, brother? You know? Mark, that's pretty cool. It has the potions in them. The, which wizard thing is it that you're referring to? Are you talking about the pin that has, like, the potions in the window? I don't know what the "yah" is about. Marcel, I didn't even know the situation. Even if I didn't know the situation, I think I've assumed the magic and lost limb were connected. Fair. Soothes your ego, perhaps? Oh, yeah, rather than conscience. Magistrate. No, it seems pretty on brand for Savion to single out humans. Besides, people could refer to other sentient beings. Fair enough. Yeah, that's true. Like, this world does have other, like, sentient animals. Marxel, I actually do like the idea of him realizing he wasn't actively doing anything to change it, though I wouldn't say it's necessary for the short version of it. Very fair. Oh yeah, this does remind me of another question, which is that this is like a last-minute change, or maybe a bad one, but I had him say, my magic killed people on accident, but I knew it wasn't my magic's fault. It was only acting on what was in my head. So I would have to look at other stories to be sure, but I am pretty sure that he has referred to it in that way before, of just like, my magic did this, you know, my magic killed people, my magic, blah, blah, blah. And so it felt like that is how he would phrase it, of like, my magic killed people on accident. And that's kind of the point, is that maybe there was a part of him that was like, no, it's not my fault, my magic did that. And so he's almost calling out how he would phrase it, and being like, my magic killed people on accident. That's how I'd say it. But yeah, deep down, I knew it wasn't my magic's fault. I knew it was me. I knew it was like, it's just acting on what's in my head. But I don't know if it just kind of ends up reading as like, my magic killed people on accident, but it wasn't my magic. And it's like, huh? You know? We were both right in different ways. Maybe. When I first saw that go by, I was like, yeah, like that really works. But looking at it again now, I don't know, because that still feels like it could have the, like, no. We were both right. And it's like, I was a lot more right than you, you know, kind of thing, where it's like, we were both right. And it's like, you thought you were better, and you were being mean about it, and like, I'm pointing out the fact that it's totally your fault. Like, again, I guess maybe part of my concern with it is that, like, the whole point is that line is supposed to be saying, it is my fault. Is that it is about the person, it was about me, I need to take the blame. And so if he's saying, we're both right, then it might undermine the fact that he is accepting the blame, if that makes sense. It's not meant to. Like I said, it's meant to be that he's recognizing, oh, past me was right, and I wasn't applying it to myself. But I don't know if that comes through. Mako, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but person sounds better because he wasn't human when he did the things he regrets the most. Yeah, that is, come to think of it, maybe that's why I didn't use humans, because that's part of it as well, of just like, yeah, it wasn't about the magic, it was about the human. It's like, well, you weren't human, no. And so I think that's part of why I feared it would have that vibe of like, I'm totally the worst. Like, I'm a stinky little human now. And it's like, well, the things that are actually a problem, you were not human for. Yeah, so I definitely think, especially thinking about it like that, person is better. Did I cheer? No, let's remedy that. So it's ghoulish. Thank you for the cheer. Killer, I've been lurking, but I've got to head off late here in Britland. Thank you and good night. Aw, thank you, Killer Clutch. Sorry that we could not read your story before you had to go. I don't know that your story's unlocked yet, unfortunately. But if we do end up reading it, sorry we couldn't read it while you were here. There's always the VOD. Don't know if you'll even see this message, but if we do, you can check out the VOD. You can always talk about it in the Discord, and I will always see what you have to say as long as you tag me, though I'm not always the best at responding. Nars. I thought I was all that, but I wasn't. Yep, exactly the intention there. Mandatory joke about an arm and a leg. I just noticed that Lister goes unnamed throughout the story. Yep, it is true. Like I said, I mean, I'm trying to put my money where my mouth is. All we need to know is the relationship. All we need to know is that they're brothers. We don't even need to know Lister's name for this one. You sly dog, you got me monologuing. Yeah. Exactly. Alright. Thank you all very much for listening to my story and sharing your thoughts. I feel like, considering how much my nose was bothering me, I should probably attempt to remedy that. So give me a second to do something about that, and then I'll be back. Well, I've blown my nose, but I don't know if my nose is sated. Okay, it is now time for C.M. Weller's story, and I can tell you now, we're already late, so unfortunately we will not be doing that bonus 5th story, because this is usually the time where I'm saying it's too late for bonus 5th, and we're starting the 4th. So my apologies for that. But this is a great story, and I think we're going to enjoy discussing it. Alright. At what cost? A Devil's Tale lore. I see a more. 340 words. Content warning, blood, gore, and dismemberment. Also slavery. In the earliest days of the wars between the magical and the non-magical, it was clear that magic was necessary to win. Those who lacked it were inevitably subjugated by those who possessed the power. Therefore, certain species found themselves in desperate need of acquiring power, by any means necessary. Hole had cut the hand off his elven master before he fled to the wilderness, just like the voice in his head told him to. He knew there would be hell to pay because of that, literally, figuratively, dished out to 20 or more of his people at least, if the master couldn't find him. He felt sick to his gut that he didn't want the master to find him. The voice told him to stop in this glade, in the ruin of someone's stump of a tower, where a circle had been made in the ancient tiles, and he let the blood from the hand drip into it. A flash of light, disorientation, dizziness. Well, finally did throw up as he collapsed to the ground. "Draw the symbol I showed you," said the voice. "Use the hand." "But I can't make it magic," argued Hull, cringing out of instinct. The voice almost sounded soothing. "The hand will. Trust me." Trembling from head to toe, he did so. A demon sprouted from the smoke and flames of the circle, one who could deliver every promise, at the cost of Hull siring a new breed to the world, a new weapon against the masters. They would be named Hellkin. Hull, the first warlock, would also be a weapon. His head filled with visions of his future. He would repay the enslavement and torture of his people in blood and brutality. There would be violence. There would be massacres. There would be children born with horns, tails, and fangs at minimum, all with power to help defeat their overlords. The price of freedom was always blood and death. Hull was willing to pay it in full. Else, he could pay it tenfold. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Okie dokie. Okay. Sam Weller says, I am very gradually getting used to using italics instead of capitals for emphasis. 1-800, how am I doing? Oh, I dropped my phone. Thankfully, it's fine. I didn't vote for this one, so I had a lot of thought about what to write. Eventually, I settled on ancient Alpharel history. Bonus info, I picked up the 3Ds of teleportation from an old X-Men Evolution fanfiction. They are dizziness, disorientation, and debilitating nausea. You will see this whenever I find an excuse to use it. Yes, I did love X-Men Evolution, and I did write fanfic for it. That bit came from another writer whose name is now lost to the fog in my mind. I love that. That is such a, I don't know, a poetic writerly phrase. Ah, yes, I knew their name once, but now it's lost in the fog of my mind. Question 1. The whole idea behind this one is that nobody ever got their rights and freedoms by asking nicely. Do you think Hull is overdoing it or entirely justified? 2. Power and powers are intricately linked in this world. Did I make that clear in this story? 3. People becoming weapons or being created as weapons is a desperate measure, I know. Is it a problematic measure? Why? 4. Is there anything you do to make this a better story? So feel free to answer any and all of those questions in the chat. I'm nervous I will forget to say this if I don't say it now, so I will respond to one of the things. So I'm assuming that, like, this is your, like, reference, you know, the beloved media reference, the challenge, which is really neat. But I actually thought that your reference was literally, figuratively, to Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, and Death of being like, you know, and granted, I don't know that that's the exact phrasing that now that I say that, I think it is, like, I don't mean metaphorically and I forget how the list goes and what the order's in, but I don't mean metaphorically or this or that, you know, I am death. So yeah, now that I voice it out loud, it seems like less of a reference, but that's what I thought was a reference the first time I read it. But anyways. Very interesting setup from the beginning, that you have the magical and the non-magical. And it's really interesting because, going back to Once Upon a Time, that this is something that, if I recall, as long as I wasn't keeping it in my head, I only thought we were talking about it, but I think I said it out loud, that, like, you know, the characters are all like, oh, dark magic, it's so evil, we can't use that. But then you have, like, the main characters who have no magic at all facing off against an evil witch who can just, like, get what she wants with a wave of her hand, and it's like, you know, getting a little bit of magic, at least a little something, would help. Like, sure, if you're not as powerful as her, she still will probably come out of this on top. But the fact that you have zero magic is, like, seems like the wrong play. Like, stop judging the magic and being like, it's dark, it's morally wrong, we can't use it. Just be like, no. Just get yourself a couple of spells for such a situation as this, you know? Because right now, you ain't got no chance. And yes, like, using a little bit of magic was in fact how they ended up coming out on top of that situation. And so I it was already on my mind. Oh yeah, that was something I never said anywhere. I should have said it in one of the reaction videos, that it was fun that we actually got to watch 2 of my favorite episodes of the show during the week. That's the All Magic Comes with a Price prompt week. Which is very fitting. But anyways, so yeah, this was actually already on my mind before I got to the story, and I'm like, yes, I vibe with that. That totally makes sense, that it's like, if you don't have magic, you probably ain't coming out on top of this war. So that definitely makes sense. I'm not quite sure why acquiring is given such emphasis. Because it's like, yeah, you know, those who lacked it were subjugated by those who possessed it, so we need to get it. And so if you hadn't italicized it, it was just like, you know, certain species found themselves in desperate need of acquiring power, I'd be like, yep, makes sense, I'm with you. But the fact that you're like, they're in desperate need of acquiring power, I'm like, what is the wink wink nudge nudge about acquiring, you know? Or like, what's the deal about acquiring? And like, I it's had like a day or two to percolate, and like, I think that maybe what you were meaning there is that like everybody who has power prior to this point was born with it, and so acquiring power isn't something you should be able to do in the first place, and so it's like, ooh, they're acquiring it, they shouldn't be able to do that. But that was definitely not clear. Like, just saying the magical and non-magical isn't enough for me to say, oh, these people were born magical and these people were born non-magical. It could just as easily be the people who acquired magic and the people who didn't. And so the people who didn't need to become the people who did. That kind of thing. So anyways. So, also along those lines, is the reason that you specified elven because that's why the hand was able to make it magic, is because elves are inherently magical, and so just using the hand of a magical creature is enough to make it magic. Because when I first read it, I was like, I don't think you need to specify elven. Like, it actually would be more powerful to the reader just to say, you know, he cut the hand off his master, and it's like, oh yeah, like, that's a little more relatable to us who, you know, we just know the human world and we don't, you know about elves. I guess that's kind of the thing, is that it makes elven really stick out in that sentence when master is the thing that should stick out. I do think it works if the intention was that, you know, because he's an elf, that's why the hand knows the magic. But that is something that it's like a little bit more of a clear connection of like, hey, this is why the hand can make it magic, might have been helpful there, or maybe saving elven for that later point. I'm not sure. I really like just like the voice in his head told him to. Because I feel like, especially if you don't know the universe, that it's like, yeah, okay, like, you need to acquire power, with you there, totally get it. Okay, like, he cut the hand off his elven master. I mean, not great that he had to cut someone's hand off, but we don't know how horrible of a master he is, and guess what? He shouldn't have a master in the first place. People should not be slaves. So, you know, maybe justified. And then it's like, just like the voice in his head told him to, and it's like, hang on a second, back up. You know? I think that works very well because it's like said very casually, like this is a super normal thing of like, yeah, don't the voices in your head tell you to do things too? It's like, no, actually. You know? So I think the casualness really works to show that the way that that flows through in the story conveys exactly how it flows to whole. That he's like, yeah, this is normal. I have a voice in my head. What of it? You know, kind of thing. I do like you know, he knew there would be hell to pay, literally, figuratively. I do think that's great. It does make me wonder if he knows that the voice in his head is a demon, because I do feel like him thinking he literally has hell to pay makes a lot more sense if he knows that the voice is a demon. If he doesn't, I don't know why he would necessarily think it would be literal, unless it's just like, I'm a bad man, I'm going to hell, you know, kind of thing. What was I gonna say? And I guess that kind of goes along with the perspective thing that we were talking about with Rink's story, is that this story kind of seems to like flip-flop between Omniscient and Hull's perspective. And I guess maybe that ultimately is Omniscient, because I know Omniscient can go into people's heads. And so maybe that's just like a me issue that I feel like it switches between the two, that like I prefer third limited. But there is kind of this element of like, okay, we're in Hull's head right now, like, okay, here's what he did, Well, actually, no. Come to think of it, the perspective doesn't affect this at all. He knew. It says that he knew. And so it's not like an omniscient narrator being like, there will be hell to pay. Literally, figuratively. No, the issue is that it says he knew, and so it makes you wonder, how does he know? So there's a little bit of awkwardness in the way the next sentence is phrased of like, you know, when you say something like he knew there would be hell to pay, literally, figuratively, especially because it's like the literally, figuratively, even though they're not question marks, does kind of put a question of like, it might be literal, might be figurative, might be both, we don't know. And so when you're saying like he did this thing, there'd be hell to pay, it definitely reads like it's gonna come crash down on him, that it's like, yeah, I know, it's gonna be a problem. I'm gonna go to jail, or my arm's gonna get cut off, or I'm gonna get executed. Something's gonna happen. I know I'm gonna have hell to pay. Maybe the demons will come out of the depths and grab me. I don't know, you know? And so then, like, at least for me, having that mentality going to dished out to 20 more of his people, at least, it's like, wait a second, hold on, and recalibrating. Like, first of all, you know, we don't have the subject, and like that can work. That's not necessarily like I'm fine with there being fragment sentences. I use fragment sentences a lot, but especially because it felt like that was a complete thought. It then not being complete and it being like dished out without subject, I think adds a little bit to the confusion of it. And then it's like, to 20 more of his people. Oh, his people. I didn't know he had a people. I was just here with him. You know, I didn't know that his master had other servants or slaves or whatever. And then, and so I think putting it in the other sentence of like, he knew his people, like there'd be, now I can see why that could be awkward, I think. Maybe something like, he knew there would be hell to pay because of that. Literally, figuratively, to him, to his people. I think might work better. That's like, is it going to be to him? Is it going to be to his people? I don't know. Could be both. Could be either. Which kind of goes along with the next thing, is that it took me like multiple reads to get what this sentence meant, which is, I'm pretty sure, hey, his people are going to suffer if the master can't find him. He's going to suffer if the master does find him. And so, but he doesn't want the master to find him. And so he feels really sick and guilty about the fact that he would rather them than him. He would rather they they have the hell to pay than him. And so, because, like, I do agree that, like, he felt sick to his gut feels like the start of, like, a new thought that should be its own paragraph. However, because this is intricately related to the previous paragraph, I do think it would be better to have it be within the same paragraph of, like, yep, it would be dished out to his people if the master couldn't find him, and he felt sick, but he didn't want the master to find him, you know? Kind of thing. But I do like that little character tidbit of, like, to be clear, he don't feel good about this. Like, he cares about his people, he does feel sick about them potentially being hurt, but at the end of the day, he does care more about himself. Or he's doing this for his people, ultimately, and so it's like, yeah, the needs of the many, like, I have to sacrifice 20 for the sake of hundreds or thousands, kind of thing. Oh yeah, and like, if the hell to pay is specifically his master, that especially makes me wonder, why does he think the hell would be literal? Because if he knows the voice in his head is a demon, and that the hell that is coming is like the hell can is something from a demon, then that makes more sense. But if it's just like from his master, there's no clue why it would be literal hell, rather than just like, yeah, the master's gonna make your life hell, figuratively, if that makes sense. So this is a little nitpicky. So I do like the phrasing of, like, a stump of a tower. I do think that's very creative and like a very evocative way to describe, like, a, you know, just like the bottom little bit of a tower that's now like, it's not a full trunk, it's not a full tower, it's just the bottom, it's just the stump of it. So I do like that image. But I realized, like, on my second read, I was like, oh, I wasn't getting a tower image. Why did I not get a tower image? And I think it's because the word stump right after glade makes you think actual stump. And especially because it's in the ruin of someone's stump, I do think it might be better to have that be in the ruin of a tower. So that potential confusion doesn't happen. But like I said, that is nitpicky. I do like I do like the image, and I also like the image of just like the blood draining into the tiles and stuff like that. I do like the disorientation, dizziness thing. I did not realize that teleportation happened. I just kind of thought, okay, like, we're setting it up, alright, start the process, put the blood in the circle, now draw with the hand the symbol also in the circle. You know, that I thought it was a bit of both. I don't think I need to know that it's teleportation for the story to work, but that definitely wasn't something that ever crossed my mind. I do like the conversation with the demon. I think that works well. I like, he's kind of pitiful, like, I can't make it magic. And the demon being soothing and being like, well, you might not know magic, but the hand does. I think that's cool. I don't know what out of instinct means there. I don't know if it's like he's cringing because he's afraid that the demon's gonna, smack him the way that his master would, for protesting or like, having a question about it. I don't know if it's gonna be like, oh, I hate how pitiful that sounded. I don't know if it's just like, oh, I hate the fact that I can't do magic. If it's all of the above, I don't really know. I think just saying, for any of the above, just saying argued whole cringing would actually work better, because just being like, okay, like, I could see him cringing for a few reasons, but saying out of instinct, I'm like, what instinct? Why are you cringing out of instinct? Nothing about what you said conjures an instinctual cringe for me. So, like, either sacrificing words elsewhere to say why it's instinct or just saying cringing, I think would work a bit better. I see the ads coming.
Kitty cat. Pay the cuteness tax.
You're very cute.
Oh, you're very cute. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're adorable. Yeah, you're adorable.
Oh, the baby. Well, I finished showing you my Wizarding Trunk stuff, so now what do we do? Do you have any questions to ask me about anything? Is there something you can think of that I could show you besides kitty cuteness?
Oh, I see a doggo.
I see a pupper. A visitor. My sister's dog, says Wolf. Nice.
Oh, you're adorable, fluffy kitty.
That's a mama. Mama's a mama. Watching any new anime? No, not really. I want to try. I want to start watching Apothecary Diaries. I just gotta do that. The problem is that, like, the best time to watch it would be like when I get up in the morning, but like 25 minutes is a little too long. And so, like, I could watch half, but it's kind of hard to stop anime, like, in the middle of an episode. So, I don't know, but yeah, I've heard good things, so I want to try that.
Yeah, it's a cutie. Yeah, the cute little kitty.
I have seen K-pop Demon Hunters. This is true.
You want out, kitty? Yes, yes.
I definitely enjoyed it. I'm trying to think because it's been a few weeks since I've watched it. What was? Because there's like some disappointment that I had with the end, but I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to remember what that disappointment exactly was. Like, I remember kind of feeling like I really like what they have, but I felt like they could have done more with it or something. I know one of the things that that I think would have been cool is if the last song was sang by both groups, that like the girls like actually managed to save the boys, like even if they couldn't. I don't know how careful I gotta be about spoilers, but even if there's someone that they couldn't have saved, that they go to the other ones and they like recognize, hey, maybe you all were in similar situations, and pulled them, you know, out of their master's grasp, and so they all were like singing together and taking down the bad guy together at the end. I would have liked that ending a little bit more myself. Oh yes, I absolutely love little, I forget what he's called, but little tiger boy. Definitely my true favorite character is adorable little tiger. Oh, I think ad is over. Okie dokie. Oh yeah, okay. Also another nitpicky thing, but saying Hole finally did throw up, makes it feel like you mentioned earlier that he like wanted to or felt like he needed to, and you didn't. You did say he felt sick to his gut, but especially because this is out of guilt, it's like, oh, this puts a lump in my throat. Like, it definitely doesn't read like, I am actively ready to throw up, I feel so guilty. It just kind of reads as like, that don't feel good. And so I think just saying Hole threw up would work a little better than like he finally threw up, if that makes sense. I am also curious because, like, you know, draw the symbol I showed you, use the hand. Especially with the way I read it, I didn't read it as anything but soothing. Like, I mean, I guess soothing maybe is too strong of a word, but I read it as very gentle, of like, yes, it's okay, draw the symbol, use the hand. Very silken sort of tone. And so I was kind of surprised when it was like, oh, it almost sounded soothing? Which kind of implies that, like, the earlier line was meant to be something like, draw the symbol I showed you, said the voice, use the hand. You know, something very domineering and not at all soothing. If that is the case, I think we need something more than said. I think, like, shouted, demanded, the voice or something like that, would work better to convey that. Or just, like, even if it's not like a shout or demand, something to convey it's not gentle, it's not like a silky, silver-tongued demon voice. It is like, there is a harshness to it before it becomes soothing. Or just saying the voice soothed him, the hand will. I think either of those worked a little bit better for me. But I do really like that image of the demon sounding soothing. And like I said, I do like the lines. That works very well for me, of a demon being like, yes, yes, come into my web, little fly, sort of thing. And, like, despite having questions about it, I do really like the idea of, like, this is why I had you take the hand. The hand is magic. You might not know magic, but the hand is magical, so use it. That's a really neat idea for magic. So I do like, you know, the way that you've written, like, this next part, and it does keep me very engaged in the story. There is a overarching critique I have for it, which is the fact that And to be fair, I didn't notice this on a first read, but diving deeper into it, I started to notice it. The thing is that I realized it actually ends up not sounding like much of a price. Because, like, it sounds like the price and the price and the prize are one. Because it sounds like what he wants is power. What he wants is a new weapon against the Masters. That's the new race that he's gonna sire. And so, like, the only, like, indication we have that it's gonna be a price is, like, there is some negativity, like, laced in, there be children born with horns, tails, and fangs at minimum. But even that is just saying, hey, this is a thing that will happen. It's like just a neutral statement at its core. It's just like, yeah, this is gonna happen. And it's not like said with judgment and stuff, even though I think that that's how you meant it. But it's like, yeah, like, okay, my kids are gonna have horns, tails, and fangs. I can live with that. Like, that's cool. In fact, that will probably help them in defeating the evil Masters. So, like, I know that the Helkin have really hard lives because people are, like, speciesist against them, and stuff like that. But there is nothing inherently wrong with them having horns and fangs and tails. You know, that is a neutral thing. And so just being like, oh yes, like, I will give you power in the form of your children. They're gonna have horns and tails and fangs. Badass. Like, sweet. Sounds better for making them help me fight the war. And so, like, I do really like the way that it's written and described, and it's very like, ooh, yes, like, the demon arrives, and we kind of, like, start zooming out of, like, oh, yes, this is the moment the demon arrives, and now we're seeing the future and stuff like that, and there's blood and death and stuff like that. I think it's very cool, and I really like the story as overall, and I think I'll come back to that. But the more I looked at it, I was like, wait a second. Like, I just kind of took it at face value that I know the future and that the Helkin have, you know, hard lives, and that, like, Kasha's dad hates him because he's a Helkin and stuff like that. But for Hole here, it doesn't seem like much of a price. Especially because, like, the fact that people are mean to the Helkin wouldn't affect Hole. That it's like, aw, man, sucks for them. But I'm fine. You know, it doesn't say that he's gonna start growing horns and fangs and tail, just that his kids will. And so it's like, for someone like Hole, it seems kind of like the perfect price, where it's like, yes, other people will suffer the price for your actions. And so, like, especially if you're a particularly selfish person, you'll be like, sweet. Love that for me. Love that I don't have to deal with it. Kind of thing. And the other thing, like, they will be named Helkin. I do really like that line, but the thing is that it kind of reads like, I forget her name, but, like, the leader of the Golden People in Guardians of the Galaxy. I think it's at the end of, oh yeah, it's gotta be, like, one of the after credits scene of Guardians of the Galaxy 2, that the leader of the Golden People has, like, a pod that is, you know, super tricked out, and like, there's way more to it than the other pods and stuff. And then, like, she's like, yes, you know, he will be a new, better, you know, form of our race. And she's like, I will call him Adam. It definitely has those vibes to me of, like, they would be named Helkin. And, like, in that scene, it's not a negative thing. It's like, oh yes, he'll be the first of, you know, the new race of our people that I'm creating. And this is a similar vibe of, like, yes, they will be the new race that I'm creating. Helkin. That kind of thing. And I don't know if it just being, like, hell is in the word is meant to imply this is a bad thing. But again, nothing of what's described about them seems negative, at least in terms of what Hole experiences. Like, this is what Hole wants. He wants a new weapon for the world. Great. The Helkin will be that. that kind of thing. And that kind of goes along with the next thing I was going to say, which is that I think what you have works and definitely does convey, yes, these are the people that are going to defeat the overlords. But saying weapon, to me, doesn't imply magic. And so I actually didn't connect it to the beginning of, this is how he's acquiring magic. I mean, I did understand, like, yes, the I can't make a magic thing, the demon thing, all that did read as magical. But just, oh yeah, your kids will be powerful. And like, your kids, and like, it doesn't even mean your kids will be able to cast spells. It just means your kids, like, might have the fangs to rip some throats out, kind of thing. They can be weapons, because they have, spear tails that can spear people, and fangs that can rip throats out, and horns that can gore people. It's like, they don't need the magic to be weapons. And so I think, presuming the intention was, this is how he's acquiring magic, the kids are magical, he also gets magic. I do think that focusing on magic rather than weapon would have conveyed that a little better for me personally. And I do think that this line here, the price of freedom was always blood and death, especially after having read your questions. I do think that's a really interesting statement there. And I'm curious what the meaning of the last line is, because there's kind of like two ways that my brain takes that. One is like, okay, what was the price? The price is kids, that are Helkin. And so it kind of sounds like, yes, I'm willing to pay that price in full. I'm willing to have children. Hells, he could pay it tenfold. I'm willing to have 10 kids. It's like, okay, I believe that, especially because you don't say would, you say could. And so it's like, yeah, he could have 10 kids if he wanted. It's like, I believe you. The other thing is that it comes right after this line. And so like the price of freedom was always blood and death. So maybe that's what you mean, is that it's not hearkening back to the overall price of the Helkin. It's just hearkening back to the price of freedom being blood and death. And so it's saying, like, yes, I am willing to bring tons of blood and death to the world. I am willing to bring tenfold more blood and death than my masters ever brought. That does work better for me, if that was the intention there. But for me, at least, that last line was not clear in that regard.
There she is. Meow. Hello. Hello, Kitty.
And that is the thing, is that I don't know if, like, this was meant to be, if you're like, yeah, like, the Helkin isn't meant to be the price. This is, like, the blood and death and stuff like that. And granted, like, so what I was gonna say is, like, well, it doesn't seem like the blood and death is the price of the magic that he got from the demon. It seems like the Helkin is the price of the magic he got from the demon. That maybe you did mean that in, like, a grander sense of, in order for me and my bloodline to have magic, the price of that is there's going to be a lot of blood and death. So now that I'm saying that, I think that actually does work better for the prompt. I critiqued that story a lot more than I thought I would, because the first time I read it, I actually was like, the story is fantastic, I love it, and I actually was thinking that I wouldn't have much to say about it, because I'm like, yeah, it's super good, it's super solid, I don't know that I'll have much to critique on it. So, sorry that I don't have more, like, specific things that I like to talk about, but overall I was like, yes, this is great. Like, I was actually advertised this story before I ended up reading it. I was really excited to read this one. I don't know if Hull is, like, the first Whitekeep, if he's the ancestor of Whitekeep, or if it's just that he's the first warlock in the universe at large, and Whitekeep comes later. Regardless, I think this is a really neat story of the first warlock and how the Helkin came about. I was really excited to read about how the Helkin came about. And I do like that, even though I have like some questions about the prompt use, I do like, you know, how showy the story is of like, yes, you know, right here we are seeing the sigils being drawn and the demons being summoned and the price of magic occurring and stuff like that. And it works especially well with kind of this overarching idea of like, it's not just this magic today, right now. It's magic as a whole, getting magic in general, which I think is very cool for the prompt. And I'm interested and scared for like whole story and like his people's story and stuff like that. And like I'd kind of be curious to read about the scene where like he cuts off his elven master's hand and how that went down, but I also am scared to read that scene. And then I really like the scene of the sigils in the tower and the hand knowing magic. Like, I mean, I think I already said that, but that's all really cool. And like, I like all the voice in the head stuff, and I think that works very well. And just the idea of the first Torlock and how freedom is very difficult to be bought. So yeah, like overall, I did really enjoy the story a whole heck of a lot. Let me look at what you said. The whole idea behind this one is that nobody ever got their rights and freedoms by asking nicely. Do you think Hull was overdoing it or entirely justified? Well, before I answer, I can't really truly answer because I didn't see what occurred before this and I didn't see what occurred after this. This is just like the catalyst for him and his bloodline gaining magic. I didn't see like how bad his master and other, you know, masters were, other magical creatures and people were to the non-magical creatures and people. And I didn't see, you know, how bad he and his bloodline are to those magical people and what all goes down. But one thing that I can say is that you did use the word massacre. And massacre is very specific. Like, if somebody says, like, the massacre of 1812 or whatever, you're not thinking, yes, this was a war where both sides lost and stuff like that. Like, one side won, but both sides lost. This is this is something where it was incredibly one-sided, and one side just completely wiped out like a bunch of people. Be them like, I mean, I was gonna say be them a race, but that would be a genocide. But it's just like, yeah, be them a whole village, be them just like, you know, and massacre definitely implies like even if the people who inevitably got massacred, even if they started it or they did something wrong, the people doing the massacring clearly were way more wrong. that they went overboard. They killed innocents. They killed people that they shouldn't kill. It wasn't just a battle. It wasn't a war. It wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. People on one side got utterly obliterated, probably more than they should have been. And so the fact that you said massacre makes me think that he overdid it. I don't know for sure. I haven't read about the massacre specifically, and I haven't read about what happened prior to this, and if like if his master and others like him committed 15 massacres and Hull only committed 1. You know, I don't know. But that word definitely gives me pause of like, I think you may have gone a little far, Hull, but I don't know for sure. Like, he does seem, I don't think that people should be enslaved to other people. So like, I think he's justified in trying to stop that and fighting back, and I do think that it would be highly unlikely that he could successfully stop the slavery without blood and violence, but it also sounds like he took that blood and violence to a level that he shouldn't have. So my answer is, I think it's both. He's not entirely justified, and he somewhat overdid it. A little bit of both. Power and powers are intricately linked in this story world. In this world, did I make that clear in the story? I needed a friend to help me understand this question because I read that and I was like, having magical power and having magical power are intricately linked, and I was like, yeah. They're so linked, they're the same thing, or having, power in a general sense of, being powerful is linked to, having magical power, and I'm like, yeah, that is how that tends to work. Through a friend's help, I think what you mean is social, political power and magical power are linked. It would have helped a lot if you had those adjectives in there. But if that is what you meant, I did get that. That, yes, having social, political power is very much linked to having magical power. Like I said, it makes total sense to me that it's like, yeah, if you don't have magic, you're not going to stand a whole lot of a chance against people who do. And so it makes sense they would be the ones who would take over, the magical people. 3, people becoming weapons or being created as weapons is a desperate measure, I know. Is it a problematic measure? Why? I feel like this is a really interesting and nuanced question that could lead to a very long discussion if I'm not careful. But my immediate thought is there is a difference between you having a kid and you telling your kid about the war that you're fighting, or simply the kid encountering the war that you're fighting, and that kid deciding, yeah, I'm gonna fight on your side, Dad. There's a big difference between that and, grabbing a already fully formed human being and doing experiments on them to make them a weapon, and then forcing them to fight for you. One is a lot more wrong than the other one. If the child willingly decided, yes, I'm going to fight in this war, I think that's way less of a problem than, taking someone's will away and forcing them to become a weapon. Or, even if you did that to your own kid, if it's no, you're gonna fight for my side whether you like it or not. Or if you raise them in such a way that you are, not... that, yeah, they make the choice to fight for you, but it's not really a choice because you brainwash them their whole life. Yeah, that's a problem. That's pretty problematic. And so, I guess it really does come down to, is this person choosing to fight, or are they being forced or brainwashed in some way to become a weapon? If it's the latter, that's very problematic. If it's the former, that is at least less problematic, if not simply not problematic. Yeah. And, I don't know, I guess it's do you have the choice to not be a weapon? Could the child have the choice to go off and have a nice life in the woods? I don't know. And I guess, it also comes down to that war thing where it's well, if we were living in peacetime, there's a difference between this and peacetime and wartime as well, because it's well, you could say, no, the child doesn't have the choice to go live a peaceful life out in the woods, because there's a heckin' war going on, and, the woods ain't so peaceful. The woods are full of gunfire, or whatever, magic fire. That's different from, we're living in peace times, or, there's parts of the world that are peaceful that you could go to. You don't have the choice to go there because you have to work for me. Again, that's different. So, yeah, in a lot of different layers, I think for me, it really comes, how problematic it is really comes down to how much choice does the person who is becoming a weapon or was created as a weapon have. And I know that's not even, the whole story, but, like I said, that's the main thing I can think of. Alrighty, Rude. Let us see what folks have been saying.
There goes Kitty. Oh. You want that? It's almost break time, sweets. Let me read the comments.
That is my stomach. Mako, I saw a meme the other day about I made it for A, but B keeps stealing it. I can't remember where or about what though. What does that relate to the story? Explicitly starting something like you will sire a race with the power to exact your revenge, but they will suffer persecution, abuse, and death or something. Yeah, that would work very well to make it more of a price of like, yeah. Yes, you'll sire a race that will have the power to exact your revenge. Ooh, awesome! That's my prize. Love it. What's the problem with that? Well, they're gonna suffer persecution, abuse, and death. Oh. And if you're a caring person, you will care. No way. If you're not like a selfish jerk, you will care that your kids are gonna suffer persecution and stuff. Now, granted, maybe Hole is a selfish jerk, and like I said, it goes back to like, glad it's not me. That's not much of a price. But if you had that in there, that would definitely overall for the story convey, yes, that is a price. Like, whether or not Hole views it as a price, objectively, it's a price. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Alright, okay, back from grabbing some tasty foods. It's time to enjoy more of the stream. Woo! Nice. Oh, it doesn't. It's from when you were talking about K-pop Demon Hunters and the tiger came out. Yeah. the hat thing. Yep. Wolf, oh yes, 3 of my favorite things, Jay. Are you talking about blood, gore, dismemberment? 3 of my favorite things. Oh, wow. Sam Weller. Just now realized I could have spent more words on making it clear all that just teleported. Fair. I've yet to watch Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, alas. Aw, yeah, you gotta. It's so good. I mean, I think you would like it, but I think everyone would like it. I don't know why, anyone wouldn't. Steven, I saw him in the encores. Thanks for choosing my story. I'm busy this morning, but looking forward to catching up on the VOD. Nice. Steven, well, it's hard to take the moral high ground when you're already beaten down. Yeah, super fair. Super fair. It's like, yeah, like he didn't have any options to acquire the magic, but demon. Not but demons. But demons. Elves have magic in their bones, and their finger bone of an elf is one of the things to make writing into a magic thing. Ooh, that's curious. So like that's interesting because that adds a different element of like I could see elves being hunted by the non-magical. And like granted, maybe they don't have much chance when the elves have magic, but I could see them being like, I need the magic, give me your fingies. And also really interesting that our magic systems, I think, are very similar in this regard. Commanded might have been better. Less harsh than demanded, but not as rough as the Master Hall feared. Yeah, that would work for me, definitely. Elkinar characterizes paying the price for sins that were never theirs. Yep, exactly. Elkin. Could be worse. They could be called Heckin. Leave that for the backyard kids version. Oh my gosh. The kids show version of this show. The Heckin. I'm a Heckin. A Heckin what? Amazing. Blood and Death was the price Hole had in mind. Gotcha. White Keep comes way later, FYI. Gotcha. Mako, oh yeah, definitely. I had no idea that he teleported. Was wondering why you were talking about teleportation in the notes. Same. From my spitball zone, how runes are transformed from just writing to actual invocations by using parts of magical creatures. The finger bone of an elf, the tailbone of a Helkin, the Hallowblood's tooth, dragon scale, a wood scad's foot, etc. Yes, our magic systems really are very similar. That is, I mean, obviously because they're similar, I like the idea. But I think that's a really neat idea.
Meow, meow.
And that does confirm that Helkin are inherently magical. I am not sure what this is. Oh, there we go. From Mark Twain. It seems like a similar idea.
Yeah.
There are two reigns of terror, if we would but remember it and consider it. The one wrought murder in hot passion, the other in heartless cold blood. The one lasted mere months, the other had lasted 1,000 years. The one inflicted death upon 10,000 persons, the other upon 100 millions. Our shudders are all for the horrors of the minor terror, the momentary terror, so to speak, whereas what is the horror of swift death by the axe compared with lifelong death from hunger, cold, insult, cruelty, and heartbreak? What is swift death by lightning compared with death by slow fire at the stake? A city cemetery could contain the coffins filled by that brief terror which we have all been so diligently taught to shiver at and mourn over. But all France could hardly contain the coffins filled by that older and real terror, that unspeakably bitter and awful terror, which none of us have been taught to see in its vastness or pity as it deserves. Mark Twain, a Connecticut Yankee, King Arthur's Court. I don't know what the second part is about. But yeah, that's a very interesting and beautifully written quote. So I assume it's about, the reign of terror in France that, the beheading the kings and stuff like that it's basically saying under the kings that was a much longer terror that led to hundreds of millions of deaths, and we all shudder at guillotining the king and the nobles and stuff like that, but that was a far lesser terror. Yeah, that's very fitting for this story of again, I don't know what happened before and after, but it could very much be that kind of situation where oh no, I'm shuddering at the massacre that Hull created, but there were thousands of massacres that the previous people created, and so maybe even the massacre was justified. I don't know. Is a massacre ever justified? Yes, I was wondering if the Massacre himself would perk up at that. Can a child become a dentist? Only if they skip Helkin practice. I don't know. Oh, you're talking about if they're becoming weapons, can they go off and become a dentist? Is this a Rudolph reference? Even my hipster trash self was watched Miss The Last Wish. Why is being a hipster ass self prevent you from watching that movie? Elves crack their fingers to release magical energy. I'm just imagining my fingers crack a lot, but apparently I've cracked them enough that they don't need to crack right now. But cracks knuckles, magic spews out. It was a Rudolph reference, gotcha. The reign of terror in France compared with the feudal despotism of the aristocracy which preceded it. Yeah, super fair. Okie dokie. Thank you for the cheer, Stephen, and welcome, Stephen. Technically still busy, but can contribute a little. Appreciate it. Yippers. Who all is unlocked right now? Is it just Steven? Is it Steven and Galler? What's up? But regardless, it's break time, and for once I have a question written down. And sorry that there's the bonus pip. But it is very much related to that does look too small. It's very much related to what I've been talking about today that I felt like it'd be interesting to talk about overall. I'm sorry if I've asked this before and forgot, but do you find yourself bored with more telly stories? Stories that have the characters or narration just telling you about something rather than showing it in the body of the story. So in this, with this prompt, it would be Mako's and my stories were more telly, where we're just saying, oh, here's how magic works, and or here's what happened in the past, rather than actually showing you, you know, somebody using magic, or Lystera losing his leg, or something like that. Anyway, so, and then Reincarnators, like, the Wanderer actually, you know, dies in the body of the story, and, like I said, C.M. Weller's kind of a combo of both, because, like, the whole does draw the sigil and summon the demon in the body of the story, but then the rest of it is kind of just told to us of like, this is what's going to happen. But I do put it more in the category of the showing stuff because there is a lot of action there. But anyways, so if so, how might you improve the more telly stories from this week? Is there a way to make an explanatory story more interesting without making it showing? So could you take, you know, if you were bored with mine or Mako's stories, how would you make them more engaging without, you know, showing the moment that Lystera loses his leg? You know, how do you make that work? I'm asking this in no small part because, like, I run into this issue a lot where I'm like, I could write about this, you know, and, like, a prompt comes up and I'm like, I could write about this character musing on this and this character thinking about that. And it's like, that's not that interesting though. And granted, of course, it depends on like how you write it and what they're thinking about and stuff like that. But just like a character thinking about like actions they did or something, or telling you about what they did, I feel like in general tends to be less engaging than actually showing you the actions done and stuff like that, or at least discussing it in dialogue if you're doing an internal monologue thing. But anyways, so there's your question. Hopefully it's a good question. Let's go over here. There's that. Hopefully it's legible. And then here's your tunes. Okay, I'm back. I'm back and I'm tired. Alrighty. Okay. C.M. Weller, show versus tell in stories. I think the key to it all is to make it compelling. A telly story can be just as intriguing as a showy one if you do it right. Still working on getting it all refined, as evidenced by this week's offering. I've done show, I've done tell, I've done hybrids, and in all of them, I've had confusion in my wake. Oh, that's sad. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it sounds like I may have gone a little too harsh on your story. My apologies. Like I said, when I first walked away from it, all I had for it was love. Like, I think the story was great, and like, you know, even though I have critiques, it was not, none of that stopped me from like enjoying the story. I feel like now that my face is so close, I should probably at least rotate the moth. But I mean, that's kind of the issue with these writing group stories anyways, because like, on the other hand, that happens to me too, that like I also, you know, I mean, only you guys can say for sure, but I also end up leaving confusion in my wake too, so it doesn't mean that, you know, the story is bad or anything like that. It's just hard to convey like university things, especially in a short amount of words. But that's part of also what makes it kind of fun. Galler, in the summer story that I've yet to post, I need to tell this. So that said, I already described David's hooved legs. Hoof in a description in which the sen actually touches his leg, by the way. I don't feel like that's exactly what we're talking about here. Like, describing, you know, what someone, like a physical feature for your character or something, isn't, you know, the same as writing, like, a telly story overall. Nessa, do I get bored with telly rather than showy stories? Well, yeah, but it depends on how much it goes on for. I'm totally cool with the microfictions being exposition heavy because it's not very long. I'd be far more irritated if I had to read pages of exposition without any dialogue or action. For the record, exposition does have its place within literature, just as long as it isn't overused. Yeah, that's a great, you know, I don't know, place to put it, perspective to put it in. Because I would agree that, like, spending a page or two describing, you know, the trees, the setting, or the world, or whatever, is fine. But just, like, spending 15 pages describing that, okay, now I'm bored. So, yeah, that's a very good point that maybe, in a sense, I'm worried over nothing in these short stories is because it's, like, it's difficult to get bored with these short stories when they are so short. Yeah. Well, I mean, as long as the exposition is interesting, or I have a reason to care, I don't mind at all. Then again, if it's tell heavy, you start to lose me a little. Show can usually complement tell pretty well while still being tell heavy. For example, if I write something like, Alex, take a look at this. It's the number of cases of virus T123 in the state, and it's growing exponentially. If we don't do something soon, we're going to have to quarantine. And with Alonso choking our high-density rural areas with his constructed food deserts, we'd be dead in months. A bit dull, right? So let's add just a bit of show. Alex, take a look at this. I looked at the screen. On it, a red line climbed higher and higher. What is this, Kay? It's the number of cases of virus T123 in the state, and it's growing exponentially. If we don't do something soon, we're going to have to quarantine. With Alon's choking our high-density rural areas with his constructed food deserts, we'd be dead in months. With just 3 sentences, I've made this more compelling without taking the tail out. It shouldn't take much, just use a little bit of show to ground the scene. I love the fact that while we're discussing telling versus showing, instead of telling us your answer, you showed us your answer. Oh, that is great. That is, yeah. Super tired, gonna be a little loopy and out of it going forward. But yeah, like you really put your money where your mouth is because, yeah. So the content there should be exciting. Of like, oh my gosh, there's a virus, we're all gonna be dead. Like, that should be really engaging. But it just being told in a paragraph like that, it's like, 2, 2, 3, Allah's blue deserts, what? Especially to my tired brain. But having it be like, oh, here are people, here are characters talking, and like, this one is doing this, and like, oh no, the red line. I would agree is definitely more engaging with just a couple more sentences. I'd probably even recommend like putting something to break up that last paragraph as well to work even better. Because, I mean, granted I'm tired, but it still starts to get a little dry in that last paragraph. Maybe they like look at each other worriedly or something like that, I don't know. But yeah, totally. Then that's a really good point of just like, just have some kind of action in there, and it kind of goes back to what I was saying about like not having the words and stuff, and like maybe it would have been better to expend some of my words on, you know, some action in the story to make it a little more interesting. if my math is mathing, I think 5,200 should be the threshold for Encore 3 and 7,200 for Encore 4. If you add 800 to the current bit total, that it should come out right. 300 for Steve and 500 for Massacre. Okay, so we're at 4,400. 8, 12. Wow, my math, it really isn't working. Somebody do that math for me. That said needs to go pick up some supper. Oh yes, that pic does make me smile. Alphonse and kitties. Here's the pic. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. I don't know if I saw that before I left. Mako says we're almost 1,600 bits for the third encore. Is that mathing? And then after that, make that at 1,100 bits. Nice. Thank you for that. Gaylor, to be honest, I always try to mix up exposition with scene description and character actions and talking. I don't know if I do a good job in that front, though. Yeah, that's definitely good advice for sure, that having just exposition can get dry. Having just scene description can get dry. And then, it would be a lot harder for just character actions to get dry, but I guess even that could get boring. But mixing them all together and being like, oh, there's something happening in the scene. Oh, here's some lore about the story. Here's a character doing something. All together makes a more dynamic story. This said, if we're going to use the two telly stories as examples, I do think showing the price paid in both, Lestaire losing his leg and what that entailed, / Jostica paying the price, would have a lot more impact than talking about those things after the fact. I saw Mako had a response to that here of, okay, so how would you recommend making my story more interesting by making it more showy? Have her have a nightmare, but then I need to tell why she had the nightmare. And I don't think showing her spending hours studying or meditating would be interesting, especially because part of it being a price paid is it's tedious. Yeah, super fair. I pretty much have a similar response to that of, okay, that's fair that you weren't as engaged with those stories and you'd find them more engaging if it was if it was actually shown. But also, the reason that both of us wrote that way is because we didn't know how else to do it. That's part of why I have this question, is because I was like, I don't know if that story was engaging or not. I mean, I tried to ask. I don't think people answered. And say for both of them, I tried to ask on both of those if they were too telly, and nobody actually answered. But I think both of us did it that way because we didn't know how else to do it. And like I said, for mine, I agree that him losing his leg, of course, would be a lot more dynamic and interesting. But nobody's thinking about what's the price of magic at that time? And even if they are, you wouldn't have that same idea of, it's not the price of this moment's magic, it's the price of the fact that I wasn't willing to give up my magic, So how would you do that idea of, it's the price of never being willing to change and give up my magic in a more showy and dynamic way? And then, for Mako's here, how would you do Jostica's in a more showy way? I do think having her have a nightmare could be an interesting idea, because, you could start with a nightmare, and then you could have her wake up, and then, in the waking up time, she could be thinking about, magic stuff. We just see the eldritch horror in her nightmares, and it's oh, that was spooky. And then she, wakes up, and maybe she's, sleeping with Thomas, and wakes him up, and is hey, can we talk? And then, one of them brings up magic. I don't know. That could seem a little clunky if they're... depending on how it got brought up. Oh man, now I'm just imagining like she can't sleep, and so they go and watch Once Upon a Time out in the living room, and then start talking about it. But then that would probably just be the same scene, just longer, and just add the nightmare to the beginning. So yeah, like, oh no. Like I said, I think the trick of the telly story is probably the voice and the content. If someone has an interesting voice and or they're talking about something interesting, then it probably won't be boring. If the reader is asking questions that are answered throughout the dialogue, this would work too, especially if you start with a bang of a question. Of course, you should always ask if this would be more interesting if it was being shown. Great answer, yeah. I think that's very interesting about, like, is the voice interesting? Because that makes me think of Arachnar's story from a couple of weeks ago of, like, the guy, like, she wakes up with sleep paralysis, and then the guy is like, oh boy, do I have an offer for you. If the guy wasn't that interesting, just saying, like, okay, I have an offer for you, you could sell your dreams, it could easily be boring, but, I mean, I guess that goes with the content thing, but the content of what he was saying was interesting too, but, you know, you could tell that story or have his lines in a way that was not interesting, but he was an interesting character and he had something interesting to say, so even though most of the story was just, like, his ad, it worked. And also, like, I've seen a number of, like, ad stories in the group before, and I tend to like them because, like, yeah, because the voice and content, it tends to be very engaging. But I think that one was even more engaging because there was a little action too, even if that action was just, I can't move. So yeah, that's a really good point. It's like what's being said and how it's being said. Yeah, alright. Yeah, to be honest, I try to do that when I write, but I always feel that something's a bit wrong when I try to mix all that in the narration. Then again, I do go on tangents, even in narrations. Fair enough. Tell the story in reverse? What do you mean? 1,100 more bits at most. Gotcha. Okay. It's time for Massacre's story. I don't know if Massacre is still here. He usually has to leave to go to work, so hopefully he's still here. I need to show you Zombie 101 because it's one of those training day type stories. Nice.
Meow. Kit Kat, you sure? I don't know.
Nope, off this weekend. Ah, gotcha. Nice.
Okay, Kitty, will you meow if I don't let you out? Feel like you might. There you go. Make your choice.
Stop the glow. Hopefully it stops in the middle. The problems of necromancy. My life, an idiot lich. A massacre. 350 words. Ibrahim intricately gestured with his bony hands. The words from his mouth were silky, like gossamer. Suddenly, the body on the table twitched. The cockroach struggled until it was able to flip onto its abdomen and walked across the table. You see, Miguel? Reanimated into undeath. He held out a box to the cockroach. Inside you get. Miguel watched in amazement as the previously dead cockroach crawled into the box. I want you to work on your own insect. I don't expect you to be successful at first, Ibrahim said. Master, what is the extent of necromancy? Miguel asked. I know you turned yourself immortal, but what are you asking? Ibrahim inquired. Master, is it possible to bring someone back from the dead? Do not bring back the dead! Ibrahim's red eyes flared. Miguel's eyes widened. Why? Is it because of equivalent exchange? Will I lose my arm if I try? Ibrahim shook his head. What? No. What would give you that idea? He sighed. Resurrection is one of the costliest magics there is. First, you need to have the soul of the person you want to bring back. Maybe you know how to summon it. Maybe you will have to go into limbo to get it back. Both present their own dangers. Okay, but after that, how to put it? Imagine you have a bottle of sand. All the sand gets poured onto the table. Your job, as a resurrectionist, is to put the sand back in the bottle. Miguel frowned. I guess if I had a broom and something to funnel it, I could do it. Maybe not every grain, but most of it. Exactly, Miguel. But more than that. Imagine, in order to bring them back just as they were before death, you must put every grain of sand back in the bottle in the exact same place it was before it got poured out. That's impossible. How could you possibly manage that? With experience, you can perhaps get close. But that person will never be the same. Is that a price you were prepared to pay? Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. Sakura says, this is one of the analogies I frequently use in the genre break universe regarding the problem of bringing people back from death. Unless you can be absolutely perfect, and no mortal can, the person you bring back will be changed from what they were. If you're not good at it, they may be radically different, and further resurrections will push them further away from what they were. A couple questions. 1. Are you getting the prompt? Yes, Ibrahim talks about the cost of resurrection, but I'm hoping the statement, resurrection is some of the costliest magics there is, carries a lot of water with this prompt. Sometimes the cost is insignificant, like Ibrahim reanimating the cockroach, but the cost is still there. 2. If you're familiar with the setting, does the lack of humor in the story still seem inconsistent with what you know of Ibrahim and Miguel? If you aren't, are you confused by the phrase idiot lich in the title? 3. Not a question, but yes, the reference to equivalent exchange and losing one's arm is directly taken from Fullmetal Alchemist. So feel free to say your thoughts on those in the chat. Mako, tell the story in reverse, start with a nightmare. It'd have to be fast though. I think then have her wake Thomas up. They start watching the show, fast forward till all magic comes to the price line. Good thing that's not true. And ended, I wouldn't say that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that it could just be like the most of it's the nightmare, and then they wake up and watch the show, and then she's like, I wouldn't say that, because we just saw the nightmare. Yeah, that could work. Okay, but on to the story. I enjoyed this story. Let's see. I like the intro. I like that the description of the magic. Gossamer is always a great word, and so very cool to kind of combine a visual and auditory image like that they're silky and like so gentle and breakable almost. I think that's really cool. I like that you start with the body on the table twitched and we might think that it's a human body and then it's like, oh, it's a cockroach. I think that works well for where the story is gonna go. And very cute that, they're working with cockroaches and I think this may be the first time I've actually seen Ibrahim teaching Miguel. So I like, he's given him an assignment. I think that works quite well. I do think it's interesting that he compares it to him making himself immortal. Because, I guess that could be a question of, is becoming a lich necromancy, or is that a different brand of magic? I feel like one of my biggest critiques for the story is right here, which is that, Master, is it possible to bring someone back from the dead? Well, obviously it is. A, because he just brought that cockroach back from the dead. And B, because he brought Mugger Jerry back from the dead in that other story. But now this might be before that. But, he brought the Mugger back to life in the other story. And then Ibrahim, I'm presuming he's yelling this because he has an exclamation point, his eyes are going red. And he's just like, do not bring back the dead. And, like, that's a great vibe. That's a great line. There's great emotion behind that. And, like, we don't really see Ibrahim getting mad. And so it is really neat to see him getting mad at something. My problem with it is that's exactly what you just told him to do. And he's like, yes, okay, I just brought back the dead, this dead cockroach, and I would like you to bring back the dead as well, your dead cockroach. Hey, master, can we bring back the dead? Do not bring back the dead, you know? And, like, I don't know if someone is specifically meant to be human rather than, like, a cockroach. If so, that's not clear enough, especially because Ibrahim just says the dead, not, like, nothing more specific than that. I think you could make it work if you were able to clarify that of, like, you know, master, is it possible to bring a person back from the dead? Italicized person. And then I don't know how exactly he'd phrase it, because, like, do not bring back dead people is not as powerful as, like, the dead. But I do think that at least Miguel saying a person, especially if you italicize it, I think would clarify not a cockroach, a person.
Meow. Yeah, boy's still in the bed. Yeah, yay. Uh-huh.
And I don't know, like, I also don't know if you're trying to make a distinction between reanimating a corpse and bringing someone back to life. So I don't know if it's like, yeah, reanimated into undeath is different from being reanimated into life. And so I don't know if that's the difference in what Miguel was asking, that he's like, hey, can you bring someone back from the dead rather than, like, bring them into undeath? But again, it's not clear enough from just back from the dead and don't bring back the dead. And so, like, he does say resurrection, but, like, you know, there's not enough in there to clarify resurrection is not the same as what he did with the cockroach or Mugger Jerry. I do not know if he was ever named in that story. I'm just picking a random silly name. So...
Kitty, what are you doing? Are you? Yes, you are. Kitty cat. Oh, kitty cat. She found the plastic and decided to eat it. Don't you be eating the plastic. Yeah, kitty. Oh, that's so cute.
Adorbs. So, like, I really like the scene of him reanimating the cockroach, and I really like the analogy and stuff that he makes in the conversation that they have. But the two seem to be diametrically opposed. It seems to be that, like, bringing back the cockroach completely contradicts him shouting, "Do not bring back the dead." And I know you said in your questions, let's see, how did you say it? Like, sometimes the cost is insignificant, like Ibrahim reanimating the cockroach, but the cost is still there. I think that would work better if he didn't have this line of, "Do not bring back the dead." And, like, again, like, this just seems like all of this just seems like what they were doing. And so I think either changing or removing those lines would be helpful. And, like, you could have Miguel just explain his question a little more. Like, okay, what's the extent of necromancy? Could you bring someone back for real, you know, or could you bring someone back not into undeath, but into true life or something like that? I think could clarify that quite well. And then I love your Full Metal Alchemist reference, of course, and I did get it before I saw your note. There is kind of an element of, well, I'll say this one first and then that one. So, you know, what would give you that idea? Well, the fact that you reacted strongly. Like, Miguel has no idea what the price would be, and, like, losing your arm pretty sucky price to pay, and so it feels fair to be like, do not bring back the dead. Okay, sounds like there's some price to pay. What's the price? Like, maybe losing a limb? Sounds like a reasonable assumption, especially if Miguel himself has watched Full Metal Alchemist. So I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, I guess like there's some cuteness to like, what show have you been watching, Miguel? Actually, come to think of it, that would work better if you want it to be that that Miguel actually watched Full Metal Alchemist, and like that Ibrahim could say something along the lines of like, what? No, is this something from that anime you've been watching? Or something like that. That was super cute. But I didn't quite get that, you know, just from this, and so it's just like, why the heck would you ever think that? And it's like, it's not an illogical thing to think. And then the other thing about it is that there is kind of an element that this line kind of makes it sound like there is equivalent exchange in this world. Like, yeah, is it because of equivalent exchange? Like, that's a real thing in their world. And so saying something like, why? Is there some sort of equivalent exchange needed? I think would work a bit better there. I guess I'll come back to that when I answer your questions. I do think it's very interesting, this idea of you need to have the soul, and so like, and then that's not the hard part. that it's like, yeah, maybe you know how to summon it, maybe you need to go to limbo. Both present their own dangers, and it's like, yeah, like both of those already sound spooky-ooky and like something you shouldn't be messing with. And so, but that's super interesting that it's not just like, well, you need to have the soul of the person that you need to bring back, and you can't do that. Like, you can never get their soul back. No, you can. You know, you have to figure out how to do it. And so that's very interesting. And now it kind of makes me want to read a story about, you know, a necromancer in this universe journeying through limbo to get someone's soul. Absolutely love your analogy. I think this is one of the most evocative and interesting analogies with, like, you know, with at least with necromancy that I have ever heard. This is a great explanation for why it wouldn't work, and I've never thought of it this way. So I think that is super powerful. And I especially love that, like, okay, we start and it's like the soul thing already sounds like too dangerous. And then, okay, so imagine you have a bottle of sand and it pours on the table. Your job is to put it back in the bottle. And I'm already like, yeah, that sounds kind of impossible. And Miguel's like, okay, like, maybe I could, but I'd probably miss a grain or two. And then Miguel starts to say, you must put every grain of sand back in the bottle. And I kind of expected him to say that. But I'm like, yeah, that would be terrifying, that even the tiniest grain needs to be put back. And then he says, in the exact same place it was before it got poured out. And it's like, oh, like, holy crap. This sounded hard from sentence one. Now you've just made it, like, astronomically difficult. Well, not even astronomically difficult. Impossible. We'll talk about that in a second. Well, I guess that second is now, because that is the next thing. That he says, like, with experience you can perhaps get close. Like, I don't know how you could. Like, no amount of experience is gonna allow you to, like, what experience, like, are you having that would allow you to even get close? You know, are you taking with tweezers every grain and putting it back? Like, how do you remember where it was? Especially if it's like, you know, you have a bottle, you could see what's on the side, but you can't see what's in the middle, so you can't even if you have photographic memory, you won't know where the grains were in the middle. So, like, with experience, what experience? Regardless, how in the world could you ever get anywhere near? How in the world can you get close? Like, it seems definitely impossible. And I really like I think, so C.O. Miller says, I like it, the why of the came back wrong trope. Yeah, so I like that aspect of it too, that a lot of necromancy stories have this idea of, okay, like you can raise the dead, but something's gonna be wrong. They're gonna come back and something's off about them. And this is a really great explanation for why that might be the case that, you know, I've never heard before. So I think that is really cool. So going to your question. So are you getting the prompt? Yes, Ibrahim talks about the cost of resurrection, but I'm hoping the statement, resurrection is one of the costliest magics there is, carries a lot of water with this prompt. So I'll pause there. So this is one of those stories where when I first read it, I was like, yeah, like the prompt is there. But when I think about it more, it's like, well, it doesn't seem like you're telling us the cost of resurrection. It seems like you're telling us you can't. You can't do it. Or it's stupidly difficult. And so that's not so much like the cost of resurrection as it is, yeah, just like this is not something that can really be done. And I think maybe what your intention is the person will never be the same. Is that the price you're prepared to pay? And so I think that's maybe what your intention was, that it's like, yeah, okay, you can resurrect someone, sure, but you will not put the sand in the right place. So, inevitably, they will come back wrong in one way or another. They're never going to be the same. Are you willing to pay that price? Like, are you willing to have them back, but have them back with something wrong with them? Or is it a better price to pay of just leaving them where they are? And so I do like that, and I think that does work, but the issue is that's not really what the story's about. And so to make the prompt come across, you know, more strongly, I would say that, like, this would need to be more of the focus of the story than, like, the difficulty of it, if that makes sense. And then, yeah, and I guess, like, it kind of goes back to the Telly thing. So, like, resurrection was one of the costliest magics there is. Just telling us resurrection is costly isn't necessarily enough to, like, make us see the cost, you know? And sometimes the cost is insignificant, like Ibrahim reanimating the cockroach, but the cost is still there. In my view of the story, there was no real implication that there was a cost with the cockroach. It was just like, yep, he said his little spell, it came back, it's like, yay, undead cockroach. And so there's nothing in there that's like, oh no, that poor little cockroach, like, he's never gonna be the same again. And I think that kind of exacerbates the issues of, like, can you bring someone back from the dead? It's like, yeah, I just did. You know? And I don't know exactly, like, how, I guess, like, I don't know. I don't know how you would convey the cost or if it's worth conveying the cost, but that would have potentially helped my confusion here. Maybe. So, I don't know if, what was I thinking? I don't know, if they somehow talked about how, like, if Miguel asked a question of, like, you know, is the cockroach okay? And then Ibrahim's like, yeah, it's okay, but it's not the same cockroach it was before. What do you mean? Yeah, actually, come to think of it, that might have totally fixed this problem. Because instead of saying, like, hey, what's the extent of necromancy? Can you bring back the dead? Then it could just be like, hey, you know, is the cockroach okay? Like, yeah, he's okay. He's just not going to be the same cockroach he used to be. Like, what's that mean? And then he goes into the analogy. Two, if you're familiar with the setting, does the lack of humor in the story still seem consistent with what you know of Ibrahim and Miguel? And if you aren't, are you confused by the phrase idiot lich in the title? It worked for me. Like, I know that Ibrahim is Miguel's teacher, and so, like I said, I was excited to see him teaching. And so, it's not like as silly as a lot of their stories are, but it didn't feel like inconsistent with what I know of the characters in the universe. Like, everybody's gonna have silly days and serious days, and this is a serious day. You know, I think with the Mugger story, I forget exactly what my, like, you know, question was there, but it felt like, I think in that story, it felt like Ibrahim was uncharacteristically, like, cruel or something, I think. And this one, that's definitely not going on here. Like, he's just neutrally explaining, you know, a very difficult necromancy technique. And, you know, like, reanimated into undeath, you know, sounds like what I know of him. So it worked for me. And then the reference. So we can see what folks have been saying. The comparison to genre break is interesting and hilarious because people who die during the genre break come back when it's over, if I'm remembering correctly. Great point. Magistrate, yes, although part of the mechanics is that genre breaks try to kill the participants, and because of the altered nature of reality in genre breaks, resurrection is much easier. Outside of a genre break, the rules still apply. Fair enough. I had no idea that genre breaks, like, goal was to kill the participants. Mean genre breaks, just breaking the genre just to do a murder. Hyper-realistic retelling of Frankenstein. It's alive! It's alive! And cockroach lurches across the table. That does feel like something Ibrahim would do. Magistrate. No. Reanimation and resurrection are different mechanics. Yeah, that was definitely important to clarify that reanimation and resurrection are not synonyms. So many animals just eat plastic. We need a scientific study of why animals seem to find it delicious. Specifically plastic bags. Maybe we stop making polyethylene so moreish. Nice. It said, answering the Jostica thing, I thought about this while I was driving. If it were me, what I'd do is perhaps have Jostica in the midst of doing that tedious studying, wishing there was another way, perhaps complaining to someone else. Then someone trying to take a shortcut with magic, bringing both an action beat and showing the consequences of doing magic wrong, thus doubling the prompt. If this doesn't fit with your setting, then I can go back to the drawing board. Interesting. I guess my question for that would be more of how to connect Jostica studying and this other person, you know, taking a shortcut. I guess I guess like me thinking of that, I would probably make the whole thing the random character, that it's just this random character is studying and it's all tedious and they're like, oh, I don't want to do this, and so they take a shortcut and then something goes horribly wrong. I actually wrote one. One of my Rich Cloud stories involved Melissa going to Limbo to get Christian Soul. Interesting. Well, you'll have to send that to me. Alright. Good story. Massacre. Okay. So, am I correct that Stevens is the only other story we have unlocked right now, or do we have Galler's story unlocked? Heavy lies the wide-brimmed hat. My Stephen. 345 words. Content warning, allusion to animal sacrifice, some grisly detail. Tinctures, salves, balms. Child's play. Grind weeds and call it magic? Laughable. Gwyn Hemlock was above that, better than that. The names of soothsayers and herbalists endured not, but Hemlock would echo through the ages. Hemlock, whose potions saved lepers, whose words banished plagues. A meek rap at the door pulled Gwyn from her musings, and she rose, wincing, and hobbled to the threshold of her small hut. The usual whelp awaited. Another dose? Who this time? The girl shuffled her feet. Meg, miss, her horse threw her and snapped her leg. He didn't want to disturb you, only it's been a week and her leg's gone black, and she has the fire in her mind. Taylor? Again? Does she know how many of my... She caught herself. Yes, fine. An easy fix. She unlocked her cupboard, frowning at the near barren shelves, and handed the child a bottle of thick ochre liquid. And the payment? The child fumbled in her satchel. Yes, Miss Gwyn. Here's Oinkies, she sniffed. She produced a heart and preferred it with blood-slick hands. Gwen accepted the offering, wrinkled her nose as dampness penetrated her gloves. Only next time, we have silvers, Miss Gwen. Coins afford influence, child, not real power. And she dropped the heart on her work surface with a wet slap. I'm sure Oinky knew her sacrifice was not in vain. The child bowed and fled. Gwen watched her scurry away, then returned to her work surface, where the heart was suffusing the wood with crimson. Shame about the pig, but you couldn't buy the sort of mystique a good animal sacrifice got you. And it prevented questions. If they learned the true nature of her magics, well, she'd seen her share of torches and pitchforks, hadn't she? She clenched her lush glove with her teeth and tore her hand free, examined it, its protrusions of bone and calcified scar tissue. She placed it on her worktop, and with what remained of her right hand, she grasped her chisel, aimed at the joint of her thumb. A small price for infamy. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Steven says, my first story in nearly a month. Felt good to write again. Felt good to see your name again. I meandered a lot with this one, started with the title, and have definitely deviated from my original thinking, but hopefully it still fits. There was a version where she was sacrificing other humans, but I couldn't quite fit the pieces together. Question time, I guess. When I tried to do a bit of bait and switch, where the grisliness of the pig heart and then the discussion of coin was the focus of the cost aspect, then the pivot to Gwen using her own body parts for potions was the gotcha. I think a 500-word version of this could have done it better, spent more time on the animal sacrifice as the cost. But how about you? Do you feel like you've been baited and or switched? 2, I also wanted to do a bit more dark comedy with it, but that also was lost to the editing process. Some sort of glib remark about the number of animal parts she gathered. I think the wetness of the heart is the only part that remained. Oh, and Oinky's name. Rip Oinky. Anyway, to actually make this a question, is there anything in here that you think could be cut to make room for that element? 3, any other thoughts / feedback / comments you want to share? Thanks for reading. Thank you for submitting. And thank you for the cheer, Des said. Or not Des said. Just straight iron lung. You're the same color as Des said. Des says, I think we're 800 bits shy of Galler's Tale. Gotcha. So if you want to unlock Galler's and or Killer Clutch's stories, then do cheer while I'm praising and critiquing this story. I think the title is really fun and really creative, though I will say I think there's an element where, like, wide-brimmed hat, to me, conjures to mind, like, a cowboy hat, rather than, like, a witch's hat, but I still like it regardless.
Oh, yeah, it is coming. Maybe I shouldn't start. Honky cat. You're so cute. You know that. That's the Mao. That's the Maui Mao. That's so adorable.
What up, kitty cat? What to do? What to show or tell you? Oh yeah, we were talking about K-pop Demon Hunters. What? It's probably gonna be too hard to scroll back to wherever that was. I remember seeing something I didn't respond to that was like, you gotta watch this thing! Yeah, I'll totally go watch the thing. Goes home and completely forgets about the thing. I definitely vibe with that for sure. I think it happens more to me with like YouTube videos and stuff, but I definitely had that experience. And it sounds like for you, Wolf, I think you're the one that posted that like part of the struggle for you is that like you have an anime list that's incredibly long and it's full of titles that people are like, you gotta see this, and it's like, I gotta see 18 of them. Which one do I pick? None of them. You know, which one do I pick? I'm so overwhelmed, I can't pick any of them.
Alright, kitty cat. Yeah. Yup, kitty cat. Uh-huh. That's a meow. That's a meow meow.
Oh. I don't know if I can show it to you. I guess, yeah, it's gonna be hard to see, but... on the shelf behind me, the little toy baseball, and then what's next to it, I really thought the thing next to it was an oyster cracker for a second. I was like, why is there one random oyster cracker on the shelf? It's not. I think it's like a soft little thing that I think you put like at the on the bottom of like tables and stuff. You gotta watch The Red Ranger in Another World. Do I, though? I've never heard of that.
Bubba Kitty. Bubba Kitty.
Oh, yeah. No, I might be too tired, but I remembered that I was like... I think it was the last stream where I was showing you off my photo op with Alan Tudyk. I was going to talk about, like, my experiences with photo ops versus autographs, and stuff. Because I said, if you weren't there for that stream, that I very much recommend autographs over photo ops. Because, with an autograph, you get to talk to the person for, like, 30 seconds. But with a photo op, you don't. Like, at most, you get 5 seconds. At least, you get none. At least, you don't get to talk at all. And at least for me, like, I love seeing, like, oh, look at this pretty art that I got. And look, it's signed by this person that I think is awesome. Versus, like, if you have a photo op where it's like, wow, look at that person, and, you know. Oh, and there's me. Ew. You know. So I very much recommend the autographs more. I'm tired brain may be blanking, but I think I've gotten two autographs, and I've gotten several. I want to say 5 photo ops, because two of them were like my first con when I thought photo ops were gonna be preferable, and 2 of them are with the same actors that I also got autographs with, and then yeah, the other one was just like, I don't know, mistake. I should have gotten an autograph. And then this recent one is because that's what my dad wanted. And there's the end of the ad. Okay. I think your opening works very well. That I have a kitty tail on my keyboard, just like lightly flipping. But anyways, your intro works well. It's like tinctures, salves, balms. I think that that in a way it's a confusing opener that works, because it's like tinctures, salves, balms. What are we talking about? And then you immediately tell us exactly what we're talking about, and you draw us in, and we're intrigued. And so I think it's interesting, like, immediately creating this contrast of, like, find weeds and call it magic, laughable. It's like, okay, I'm presuming you do something different. I'm intrigued. That's a great device for beginning your story. And especially knowing how the story ends, I think that your opener works very well for that. Of, you know, like, no, I'm above that. I'm better than that. Like, my name will live on forever, kind of thing. And I am curious if, in this universe, it is meant to be that, like, Hemlock is a thing because of this person, you know. And I like the cadence of the names of soothsayers and herbalists that endured not. I think that's great. We'll talk about the save lovers thing, I think, at the end. I think your action is great. Like, you could have just said a knock at the door, but a meek rap at the door is so much more evocative, and I think that works really well. This is some great foreshadowing of her wincing and hobbling over. Interesting how she says the usual whelp awaited, like, very insulting word for the kid. It's like, this is your customer, but she is being very judgy towards her, and so that conveys Hemlock's personality even more, that she's like, I think I'm better than everyone. Like, truly. she even thinks her like customer, who's just like a girl who just sacrificed her pet and her friend is, or sister or whatever, is like dying. She's like, ugh, whelp, you know? So I think that works well. And then that's a great job of just the usual whelp is enough to tell us, oh, this person's been here before several times. I think your description works well of, like, what happened after she snapped her leg, of like, oh yes, this does not sound good. But you're being very careful to use more, like, medieval terms instead of, like, you know, actual medical terms. I think that worked very well. I am curious why Gwyn starts to say, does she not know how many of my... Because I'm presuming she's about to say something like, does she not know how many of my fingers I've lost, or something like that. But I don't really know why that would even come to mind, because it seems very important that to her that she keeps it a secret. And so why would she ever think that Taylor would ever know how many of her limbs that she's lost? I don't know if it's meant to be just kind of like, don't you know what I've sacrificed? And like, oh, how dare you ask this of me again? And like, for a moment forgetting herself of like, wait, no, of course she doesn't know what I've sacrificed. I'm not quite sure. And I guess in that sense, like, does she know what I've might work a little bit better for me? Because like, I don't know if I can explain exactly why, but does she know what I've sacrificed? Makes a little more sense as to what she'd say. I guess because, like, of just what I said, of, like, does she know how many of my limbs I've lost? Is, like, of course not. And then if it's, like, does she know what I've sacrificed? Yes, there's still an element of, like, no, she doesn't. But I think that makes a little more sense for her to think, like, oh, I've sacrificed so much. Doesn't she know that? And then think and go, oh, of course she doesn't, you know? Rather than something so specific as, like, no, she's not going to know how many limbs you've lost because you keep that under wraps. I don't know if I was explaining that well. I think it works well what you set up about, like, uh-oh, the shelves are barren. And so, like, well, I'll come back to that, but that works very well. Oinky's name is a perfect way to do that. Like, all you needed was one word to convey, this is a beloved pig. And I really applaud you for being able to do that so simply, that you, like, I don't know. Because if it was just like, here's John's heart, then it'd be like, is that, like, your father, your brother, your friend? Who's John? And you'd have to expend words to be like, John was the beloved pet pig. But just going like oinky, like oink immediately makes you go pig, and having that endearing oinky immediately tells you that this is a beloved pig. And so great job with that. I'm not sure why her hands are blood slick, because it kind of reads like A, she took the heart out herself potentially, and B, it's like still just like actively bleeding, and she didn't like wrap it up in a handkerchief or a towel or any sort of cloth or put it in a box or something. Like the logical thing, even if you're a poor little kid, would be to like find some sort of cloth to wrap it up in, so you're just like, here you go, here's the heart, rather than like, I took this out with my hand, you know, like, rather than, and also, like, she didn't wash her hands, even if she was the one who took it out. Like, I feel like she would put it, like, in a satchel or something, or a box, and then wash her hands, not just be like, I got it. Drip, drip. You know? And kind of like the same thing here, like the dampness penetrated her gloves, like, guys, get a bag or a box or something, or at least like some sort of Kleenex. Whatever medieval Kleenex you have. You don't need to be using your hands. I do like, I don't know, Meg. I do like Meg, you know, being like, we have money, you know. I do feel like the phrasing on that is a little clunky. I do think, especially because, like, Meg's been here several times. Like, she knows that Gwen does not accept silvers. And so... I do think Meg saying something like, are you sure you won't take silvers? Or like, are you sure you won't take our coins? Would work a little bit better. Like, please, I'm running out of pets, you know? I also, come to think of it, I do think that was especially clever to use a pig, because that kind of implies that she lives on a farm, and so that does imply she has several animals that she can come and sacrifice, and like, most people probably don't have the luxury of being able to come to Miss Gwen as often as Meg does, because they don't, you know, live on a farm. And it's very interesting that, like, Meg actually, like, admits that out loud here. Also, isn't influence what she wants, you know? Like, I don't know. I guess, like, it's just, like, the fame, the infamy that she wants. She doesn't want to do anything with that fame or infamy. She doesn't want to influence people with it. She just wants to have it. But still. And I'm guessing this is just, like, a callous thing for her to say. Like, oh, yeah, I'm sure she knows that her sacrifice was not in vain, but it's like, she was a pig. I'm pretty sure she doesn't, you know? I like the image of suffusing the wood with crimson. That's very evocative. And I think that works well for a character to be like, oh, well, shame about the pig. It's like, yeah, you didn't have to ask for that, truly. I do like the explanation of like, yeah, you couldn't buy the sort of mystique a good animal sacrifice got you, because, yep, I could definitely see that giving you a spooky, witchy mystique. And it does make sense that it would prevent questions, because, like, if they just did coins, people might be like, what you doing back there? Now you do your magic. But if it's like, yeah, bring me the heart of your prized pig, they'd be like, I don't want to know. However, I do have questions on she'd seen her share of torches and pitchforks. Because I feel like asking for animal hearts could be a fair reason for people to come at her with pitchforks. Now, even if it's not, I feel like if people learned the true nature of her magic, at least for me, I would not be coming at her with pitchforks because she cuts off her limbs to do magic. I would be coming at her with pitchforks because she made me give her the heart of my beloved pet pig. Like, it's the heart part it's actually the animal sacrifice part that would be more of a reason to come at her with pitchforks. Because the thing is, like, if, like you said you had in an earlier draft, if she was sacrificing other humans, absolutely, that would be a fair reason for people to come at her with pitchforks. But when it's her body, that doesn't feel torches and pitchfork worthy. It just feels like, oh, maybe don't. Like, that doesn't seem healthy. Like, can I refer to you to a medieval therapist? Are you okay, ma'am? No, you're not okay, actually. I don't know why I'm asking that. You know? Like, it feels like, oh, sucks to be you, but, like, either sucks to be you, but you do you, or sucks to be you, but let's get you a therapist. You know? Not to, like, she's a witch, let's come at her with pitchforks. She, you know, chops body parts of herself off. And that is a really interesting thing to think about, that it's like, when it's other people, absolutely, torches and pitchforks all up the road. But when it's her, it's like, okay, like, your choice, I guess. Like, sucks, but that's a choice you can make. Which, I don't know, it's interesting to me. And I do like your description of, you know, how she actually does her magic. I feel like just bone and scar tissue would work a little better than calcified, because calcified kind of gives this image of almost like her hands are like turning into minerals or something like that. I'm also wondering why she picked chisel. Like, I don't know if the intention is that, like, it's not like she gives a full finger for all of it. She, like, gives, like, the tip of the finger, and then the middle part, and then, like, to the base. But even if that is the case, chisel sounds unnecessarily painful. Like, you need yourself, like, at least a knife, maybe a bone saw, like, something that is going to, I mean, I don't know how fast a bone saw is, but just, like, something that if you can, well, bam, just one clean cut. Not, like, if I need to use my fingers to do magic, I'm not going to be choosing to slowly chisel them away. Unless, like, a tiny chiseled bit of skin gets me magic. And maybe that was the intent. I don't know. So to talk about the ending, I think it's really interesting because it always goes back to what was your intent. Because the thing is, if you want Gwyn to be, you know, not quite right in the head, and it's like, this makes no sense at all, that she would, well, okay, I think saying that is, like, too strongly phrased. Let me say what I want to say before I say that part. So, the thing is that when I get to the ending, I'm going, that does not seem like a worthy price in the slightest. And I think part of it is that, like, if you said a small price for magic, even if it still wouldn't seem worth it to me, I would be like, okay, like, I get her logic there. But the fact that it says not magic, but infamy, I'm like, really? And, like, you do set it up that, like, she wants to be known, and I do think you did a great job with that, and that makes it make more sense on a second read. But let's look at that paragraph. Hemlock would echo through the ages. Hemlock, whose potions saved lepers, whose words banished plagues. Neither of those things are infamy. Because fame is, like, fame. You're well known. Infamy is you're known for a bad reason. It's specifically negative fame. Saving lepers, not a negative reason. Banishing plagues, not a negative reason. Saving Taylor, not a negative reason. Sure, requiring Oinky's heart, that could grant you some infamy. But everything she's actually done does not warrant infamy. It warrants fame. And so I don't know why not only, like, is it that she's, like, getting fame and not infamy, she very specifically wants infamy. Like, it'd be one thing to want fame and settle for infamy, but the fact that she's like, I want to be famous, specifically in a negative way. I'm like, why? What? I don't get it, you know? And the other thing is, you know what the town coming after you with pitchforks and torches is? The result of infamy. And so, like, if infamy is the highest goal worth sacrificing fingers for, it feels like she wants the pitchforks and torches, that it's like, yes, like, she, like, goes town to town, always getting, kicked out, you know, with the pitchforks and torches, because it's like, alright, another town that I am infamous in. Okay, moving on to the next one, you know? So I think saying a small price for fame at least would help somewhat, would make, like, me understand her reasoning more. But even if it is fame, I still am personally not with her. Because I'm like, yeah, you're famous, now you can't eat. You know, it's like, yeah, you're famous, and now you have, like, this is all that your hands are. It's just, like, you know, down to the knuckles. So, like, it's very difficult for you to, you know, pick up your water. It's very, like, you can't, and, like, that's another thing I was gonna say, is, like, this might be the last spell she ever casts, so I hope that her finger gets her a lot, because she's not gonna be doing much after this. And so, like, you know, if it was other humans, that it would be like, oh, like, that's disgusting, but I get it. But it's like, okay, like, other people's lives, you're willing to sacrifice other people's lives or bodies for your fame. Like, that absolutely sucks, but I understand your reasoning. But being like, yes, I will be famous, and I will be, limbless. I will not be able to eat or drink or do anything, but I'm famous. I'm like, your fame ain't worth much, my girl, you know? And going back to how I started this, like, the thing is, if the whole point is like, yeah, Gwyn, let's be honest, lost a couple marbles. You're not supposed to relate to her. It's like, yeah, you're not supposed to get it. It's supposed to be a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs kind of reasoning. You know what? That works totally fine. It's just if I'm supposed to end the story being like, okay, I don't agree with what you're doing, but I get it. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't end the story in that way. Let's go to your questions. I tried to do a bit of a bait and switch for the grisliness of the pig heart, and then the discussion of coin was the focus of the cost aspect, and then pivot to Gwyn using her own body parts for potions was the gotcha. I think a 500-word version of this could have done it better. Spent more time on the animal sacrifice as the cost, but how about you? Do you feel like you have been baited and or switched? Absolutely. I feel like the bait and switch worked incredibly well in this story. I was not expecting it. I was like, yep, okay, she had to sacrifice her pig, price of magic, gotcha. And so then to learn the real price, it's like, oh, well, that's interesting, you know? And everyone that I've talked to has also been baited and switched by it. Like, I have not talked to anyone so far. Granted, I don't think I read the reviews on this one, but I've not talked to anyone so far who saw it coming. Everybody that I've talked to felt like they've been baited and or switched. So I think you did a great job with that, and I honestly do not feel like you needed to spend like any more time on the animal sacrifice for that to come through. I think that came through amazingly well. Two, I also wanted to do a bit more dark comedy with it, but that was also lost to the editing process. Some sort of glib remark about the number of animal parts she gathered. I think the wetness of the heart is the only part that remained. Oh, and Oinky's name. Rip Oinky. Anyway, to actually make this a question, is there anything here that you think could be cut to make room for that element? So, like, everyone's humor is different, so this might just be a situation of my humor being different from yours, or different from, you know, other people's in general. But Wet Heart wasn't funny to me. It's, like I said, I'm just like, why? Why didn't you wash your hands? Like, I'm not like, oh, haha, it's so wet and goopy. That's so darkly hilarious. It's just like, why is it goopy? You know? And so, like, I kind of feel the same way, like, granted, I don't know what the remark would be, but I kind of feel the same way if, like, she made some glib remark about the animal parts that she collected. I'd just be like, and you continue to be awful, Gwyn. You know, I'd be like, wow, like, you have cemented yourself as horrible person. Not like, yeah, all the animal parts she's collected. That's dogly funny, you know. And like, I can see it with Oinky's name that like, it works really well in the sense of conveying this is a beloved pig, but I can see like some humor there of like, oh, like Oinky is kind of a silly name, but the story is really dark to have such a silly name in it, and so that kind of works to be a little bit comedic. So like, I would say you didn't need it. you definitely didn't need to cut words anywhere else to like have her make a remark about all the animal parts that she's gathered, because it pretty clearly conveys that she makes the townsfolk sacrifice their beloved pets, and like, terrible thing to do, but successfully obscures the real price. So I don't think that having her comment on it more thoroughly would have really added anything for me personally. But I'll still take a look at the story and try to answer, you know, okay, if there's somewhere to cut words, where would I cut words? I mean, I guess, like, you know, like, not all the stuff about, like, grinding weeds and stuff is all that necessary. Like, you could just go straight to, instead of doing a compare-contrast, you could just go straight to, like, Hemlock wanting her name to echo through the ages, I guess. You could just say, you could take this out and just say who this time. Oh, I just realized. I've been saying Meg, but Meg is the one. Oh, okay. You know, something about Taylor kept throwing me, and I was like, why is Taylor throwing me? You're just saying, like, the name of the person who was thrown by the horse. But it's like, who got hurt? Meg. So who's Taylor? Is Taylor meant to be, like, the girl at the door? Because if so, this doesn't really convey that. Like she would have said, Taylor? Again? Here. Like, Taylor? You're here again? Like, it sounds weird to be like, another dose, who this time? Oh, it's Meg, or horse through her. Taylor again? It's like, I've been here the whole time. Why are you saying me again? You know? So now that I know that, I definitely take that out. Not just for words, but for clarity. You could just fully take this out completely. Yeah, like, actually, there you go. This is the part I'd probably take out, is just go straight to the cupboard. You could take out her hands being blood slick and just say, you know, she's offering the heart, but then again, you're wanting to add stuff in that is similar to that, so you probably wouldn't want to cut that. But yeah, same thing here. You could cut that. You could cut the thing about the coins. I like it, but it's not totally necessary to understand the story, so you could cut that. Could cut this. Yeah, it's funny how that works. That it's like, yeah, a lot of it you could cut, like, it works as is, but, like, if you wanted to say something different, there's a lot of different things you could cut. And then I have shared my other feedback. But yes, this was a very engaging story. It really kept my interest. It definitely baited and switched me, so I liked it. Let's see what folks have been... there's one thing I forgot to say. So I totally get her asking for animal hearts for what she says of, like, yeah, you know, you can't buy the sort of mystique that an animal sacrifice can give you, and it prevents questions. Like, totally get that. That makes sense for her and what her goals are and everything. However, knowing she's gonna be like this very soon, if not today, I feel like coins are a much better thing to ask for. Because, like, no, coins can't get you the influence you want, but they can buy you food, which you need, you know, unless you're eating the hearts. It's like they can buy you lots of things that you either need or you're going to need very soon. They can maybe buy you a butler who can feed you. But anyways. Let's see, and is anybody else watching that time I was a regular person, but then I was reincarnated in a fantasy world? It would seem like an innocuous skill in my previous life actually now lets viewers of this anime vicariously experience their power fantasy. Oh, and also all the women are hot and want to join my harem. Oh my gosh, I have not heard of this anime. If this is real and not a joke, that is a wild title. Mako, I prefer the dub title of General Isekai Parody. Was the pig a beloved pet or food? It's called Oinky. Like, sure, okay, maybe you can call, like, a pig you're gonna eat Oinky, but especially when you're, like, sniffling about it and stuff, like, seems like, and, like, that's the thing. Could be both. Like, I think people on farms do love, you know, their animals, even though they know eventually they'll end up on the table. They can still be like, yeah, I still love them. Yeah, it does not, to me, convey the idea of, like, yeah, it was just, like, bacon, you know? I don't know if the evil connotations of her magic are assumed they might come after. I'm not quite sure what that refers to. So, sad thing to me, I figure the sister is basically doomed. Black tissue means necrosis of the tissue, which means amputation at best, probably death due to infection. Assuming our magic is snake oil and doesn't really save people, just get more profit, or in this case, reputation, mystique. That's funny, because I definitely did not get any impression that Gwyn's magic wasn't real. Because, like, I took this at face value that, like, yeah, in some other towns, she has saved lepers and banished plagues and stuff like that. And even if, and, like, that's the thing, like, it would be, like, I already am like, I don't feel like taking off your limbs is a worthy price for infamy. But if she takes off her limbs for nothing, holy crapperoni! Like, she's just deranged. It's like, do-do-do, chiseling off my fingers. And it's like, why are you chiseling off your fingers, Gwyn? For infamy. But nobody knows that you chisel off your fingers. I do. Like, I know. It adds to my own infamy. It's like, I gotta get out of here. You know, like, she's literally chiseling off her fingers for nothing. So, yeah, now that I know that, like, absolutely I believe that her magic works. Because otherwise, I'd like to think that even though, like, she might be missing a few marbles, I'd like to think that she's not missing so many marbles that she is cutting off her limbs for absolutely no reason at all. I mean, the Milanese police dispelled the Black Plague by breaking up houses where one family came down with the illness, leaving them all to die. It's possible to infamously fight the plague. I mean, that's fair in terms of, like, oh, banishing plagues is a good thing, not infamy. And so, like, sure, there are methods that you could use to banish plagues, but they don't even know, like, I mean, they don't know the true method. I guess maybe you could say that, like, oh, yeah, like, you know, sacrificing an animal heart to banish the plague is what makes her infamous, but, like, they go to her. They go to her because they want the plague banished, and, like, ultimately, it's like, that's a good thing. We want the plague banished, you know? Stephen. Okay, today we improved Stephen's vocab. I genuinely didn't know infamy was inherently for negative reasons. Ah, gotcha. Fair. There you go. He doesn't want to be famous. Fine. I'll make him infamous. I don't know what that is a reference to. Stephen, but yeah, I guess I just sort of rationalized it as Gwyn is not well. Maybe the 500 word version of the story explains why she craves / needs that notoriety. Very fair, very fair. I mean, like, I think you did a great job with this story in 350 words, and to be honest, like, I'm not left going, like, yeah, it was missing a lot. It needed 500 words. Like, I really felt like you were able to convey what you needed to convey in 350, and, like, even though I'm left going, like, you know, like, I'm not really with her in that. I like, especially if you like you said, if it's just like, yeah, she ain't well, like, that's totally fine. That ending works fine. There you go. Another question I was asking was, so does it have to be her body parts? Because that'd help with infamy part. That'd help with the infamy part if it didn't. Yep, I do agree. Pour one out for Oinky. All my homies loved Oinky. Yep. Good night, sweet princess. Big emoji. Oh my gosh. Steven, so it did say Meg Taylor again, but the character count limitation is a harsh matter. Yeah, I definitely did not get that Taylor was a surname. I do think that it, like, I mean, granted, if you said something like Smith, like, maybe that would work better, but I think it's just a little too far away from Meg. It's like, yeah, the conversation has moved on from clarifying her last name, so I think saying, Meg, miss. Meg Taylor? Again? Yes, her horse threw her and snapped her leg. I think that would work. But, you know, again, I think just removing it would work better. Yeah, why on earth would she be cutting fingers off if the potions didn't work? Exactly. Sacrifice for magic is the oldest kind of magic, the old practice. I just figured she was just that deranged. Yeah, you really, well, depending on Steven's intention, you either overestimated just how deranged she was, or you estimated properly how deranged she was. She's missing more than marbles. It's not uncommon for people to go to people they consider untrustworthy if they think the benefits outweigh the risk. Yeah, that is fair. That it's like, okay, like, banishing plagues is a good thing, but, like, yeah, the person who is banishing the plague is still infamous. That is fair. And granted, you know, I don't know why I wasn't thinking about it in that way, because, like, that exactly fits the inspiration of this prompt. That's exactly how people treat Rumpelstiltskin Once Upon a Time. That, like, I mean, this is something that Mako and I keep saying. We're like, hey, if you go to Rumpel, you will get what you wanted, and he will tell you what the price is, and then you'll just have to pay whatever he told you it was. I mean, granted, there can be some shadiness in there, but, like, he keeps his word and he keeps his deals, but everybody's like, oh no! Like, oh, he's so scary! So, yeah, that is fair. That it's like, yeah, okay, so, like, maybe she can save lepers and banish plagues, but also still be, like, thought of in horror and stuff like that. Yeah, people could think the witch is twisted, but she gets results well enough they tolerate her presence, for sure. Yeah, exactly, Mako. Yeah, but why not be a witch people sing praises of? You get more business. I guess you can't handle more business. But in general, yeah, there's your reason. That's why she wants infamy, not fame. Because if she gets fame, then she has to take way too many limbs. More limbs than she has. Yeah, it seems possible the magic's just dirty and unseemly. The sacrificial nature of it shown seems to hint at that. Fair enough. It's so interesting that so many interpretations can come out of individual stories and be so different. Mm-hmm. Indeed. Yeah, that's super fair. I wrote a novel where the witch woman is highly in demand but creepy and held at arm's length due to the nature of her being and her trade. Very fair. Very fair. Nice. Tincture's Ball of Sounds, putting in mind PPG. I don't think I know about PPG, but I see this gift here. My question is, what was the plan for the pig heart? I feel like it was nothing. Like, I feel like she just accumulates the body parts. She just got a shelf full of organs up there. Fertilizer? She's not buying her food, apparently. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if this is her only job, how does she have, like, any coin at all to live with? Like, how does she have a house? How does she have food if she doesn't eat the heart? Pigs are supposedly similar to humans. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is very similar. It's not too triggering to me, but it might be triggering to others, so I won't say it out loud. But yeah, what Wolf said, yeah, definitely fair. Reminds you of that. Has Kaylee seen the original Powerpuff Girls? I have not. Maybe if instead of the nature of magics I'd written her use of dark forbidden magics, it would have covered some of the confusion. Let's see, where is that? Oh, you mean here? Like, if they learned the true nature of her dark, forbidden magic? Yeah, that probably would have covered some of the confusion, because I'd be like, oh, like, that's why they're coming at her with pitchforks, not because of, like, animal hearts versus human body parts, or, like, beloved pet versus, like, your body parts or something. It's just like, this magic, period, is forbidden, and people aren't cool with it. Yeah, I think that would help. Will says, you should. It's a very good series. Good to know. But yes, I don't think we received any more, cheers, so I think that's that. Thank you so much for submitting, Stephen. Very good story. Great use of the prompt. It is now time to announce the prompt for next week. Alright. In third place, we have a three-way tie, all with 7 votes. The Abyss Gazes Back, Such a Fragile Thing, and Beach Episode. All very good prompts. Our second place winner, with 8 votes, is Take It to Your Grave, which I think has more applications than you might think it does. But our winner, with 9 votes, is Beauty is the Beast. Woohoo! It's finally won! I've been wanting this one to win for months on end now, I think. I don't know how many months, but I was like, please pull it out this week. And I was very happy that it did. So yes, I think we talked about it, like, many weeks or months ago. So I may be retreading some of that ground as I talk about, what I think of it now. 2-year anniversary of my submitting my first story too. Aw, how lovely. Okay, so, like, this is, of course, seems to be ripping on, Beauty and the Beast, the classic, well, I was gonna say Disney movie, but I assume that it was a fairy tale before, but I don't really hear about, like, the original fairy tale of that one so much. But anyways, of, like, the beautiful, maiden falling in love with the Beast and, making him human again. But this is different because this is Beauty is the Beast, that the two are the same. And so you could have a character who is like, Fiona from Shrek, who is the beautiful princess, but also cursed to be the ogre. And so Beauty and the Beast are the same. And, like, you could even use that in a different way with Fiona, that other people see her as a beast, but Shrek sees her as beautiful, kind of thing. So you could totally do, there's so many different stories that you could do regarding, like, a princess being cursed, or like, like the classic setup of the princess being cursed or being captured by a beast or something like that. And then the twist being, wait a second, she actually is the beast. You could write about how a story like that where this also feels Shrek-like, that, like, the beast guarding the princess is actually the beautiful one. The dragon is the beautiful one. The princess sucks. The princess is ugly either inside or out or both. And the the beast who is guarding her actually is the one whose heart would be, better won, You could write about any sort of character who is beautiful but has some sort of beastliness to them. And, like, I feel like this, your mind probably immediately goes to female characters, but it totally works for male characters too. Like, you can have, I mean, Why is all of it Shrek? All my examples. I have so many examples, and they're all Shrek. It could be like Prince Charming in Shrek, where like he's supposedly is supposed to be like handsome, but actually he really sucks. You know. But yeah, there's plenty of characters, you know, whatever gender they might be, who look beautiful on the outside, but are actually some sort of beast on the inside. And like that's the nice thing about beast as part of the prompt, is that beast can mean a lot of different things. Like it can mean like a literal beast, like an animal, or somebody who looks like an animal or is cursed to look like an animal. But it could also just be like, ooh, like you suck. It could just be like someone who's a terrible person who does things that no human should do. You know, someone who does terrible things. Or it could even be, you know, it could even be a compliment of like, ooh, like she's a beast, you know, she's a beast on the battlefield or wherever it might be, like she's a beast on her skateboard, I don't know. That it's like you're really good at this thing, or you know, a wrestler who's a beast in the ring, that they're like vicious in the ring, but they, you know, win their matches really well, sort of thing. That it could just be like a character who looks like, you know, a dainty and beautiful and stuff, but actually, like, I don't know, you see them sit down to dinner and they, like, tear their rotisserie chicken apart, sort of thing. And so, like, that's actually even another aspect of the beast thing, where it's, like, it could just be, like, outwardly acting, you know, animalistic. And it's like, yeah, inside you're fine, like you're not doing anything morally wrong, you just are like, you know, where's the meme of the like sort of thing. I think it started with like a pizza thing where it's like do you ever want to go like full animal on a pizza, and then like a bunch of people were like just being very I don't know, somebody find the post. It'll make more sense if I read it. But, like, yeah, you unleash your inner beast on your pizza. And, like, you're not doing anything morally wrong. You're just unleashing, you know, your beastly side. So it's interesting because I actually, like, thought of a new use of this prompt, like, just this time of seeing it. And so it feels like fate that it won this time. And I don't know if I would have thought of it, like, if I hadn't thought of it ahead of time or not. Which is that beauty is the beast could work really well for, like, beauty itself is the problem. And so it could be, like, you could totally write a story about how, like, beauty standards in our world are a beast, that they're a problem. It could be that, like, oh, I was lured in by her beauty. And so it's, like, her beauty itself is the beast because it lured me into a false sense of security, sort of thing. And so, like, beauty is the beast could be, like, beauty is I think it's a metonymy for a person, but it could also just be the concept of beauty itself. And, like, you could even use it for, like, inanimate objects. That it could be, like, you know, there's this beautiful object that it lures people in and actually, like, steals their souls, you know, kind of thing. You know, oh, wow. That's an interesting idea. A lot of the, like, tigers, I only actually learned this recently, that, like, you know, tigers are meant to be orange and black. And so, like, white tigers, golden tigers, like, different colors of tigers are, like, you know, they're, like, inbred so you can get those colors, and then they're, like, you know, sold. I don't know who all exactly gets them, you know, but, you know, they're sold for, like, for beauty and for profit, not to be an actual healthy tiger. And so, like, that's a really interesting interpretation of this prompt, is that, like, it's like, oh no, this tiger is a beast. And it's like, no, the tigers, like, they're beautiful, but they're a beast. It's like, well, you know what the real beast is? Like, the fact that they were inbred to be beautiful. And so that's what made them this way, you know, kind of thing. Let's see what folks have been saying. Yes, we can talk about the backups in a second. It was originally in a French women's magazine in the 1700s, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, tell me more. You have me very curious. I said I already have a story written that I've mostly finalized, centering on Dargu finding Walery beautiful. Nice. I've heard that the original Beauty and the Beast was originally a French story meant to comfort young women who were set up to marry boorish noblemen, for the lesson of the story being you can change your man, so to speak, to be a better man/partner even if he starts out as a beast. Or so I've heard anyway. That's interesting. Yeah, it totally works well for Alex, for sure. I was just about to mention Prince Charming. I'm thinking of one story where the beautiful one turns out to be the beast, the protagonist going to protect the monstrous character they found. Indeed. Yeah, that kind of goes along with what I was saying about, like, no, like, actually the dragon is the beautiful one that's like, oh, I found, this monstrous character, but they're truly beautiful and I must protect them, kind of thing. He was cursed by his fairy godmother because he didn't want to marry her. Didn't want to marry the fairy godmother? Interesting. Did not know that. That was the original. That's a cute bongo one. I wake up, I bongo. Sounds like Wolf has a poem for us. Nice. I mean, they say power is sexy, and a beast can be a metaphor of someone powerful. Yeah, that's very true. That's a good point. That it's like, it could be like they're a beast, they're super powerful and strong, and that makes them beautiful. Has written a steampunky story entitled Beauties and the Beastly. Werewolves. Lesbians. Lesbian werewolves. Nice. Mess. I don't know what I'm writing. Maybe Nabiki. Adorable tiny teenager. Absolute Angie girl. Yeah, that totally works. Internet, quit pressing my plot buddy buttons. Nice. There seems to be the Wikipedia article on the original. Interesting. I'll have to look at that later. Yeah, I don't know that character. Oh, let's talk about pizza now. Has me thinking about Korean moe girl Cthulhu. Nice. Yeah, white tigers are so inbred that they can get Down syndrome. Yeah, I didn't know it was Down syndrome specifically, but what I was hearing sounded like they would have problems like that. And then, yeah, so there's lots of, like, little girl characters who are actually monsters. Like, I don't know exactly the examples that people are putting gifs of in the stream chat, but it's definitely a trope I've seen before. For sure. I think Kaylee hasn't seen Cats Don't Dance. I don't think so. Meredith, I didn't know that about the original. Alrighty, room. But yeah, I think part of what's so cool about this prompt is that you can have it be, like, in the sense of beauty is the beast, as, like, this is something or someone who looks beautiful who is actually a beast. Or it could be the opposite, that, oh, this beast is actually the beauty. Like, it's an equal sign, so it can go both ways. So it can be, oh, I thought you were a beast, but actually you're beautiful. It could be about how beauty itself is in some way beastly. It could be about how beastliness is valid and beautiful, There's so many different ways to take it. But yeah, so do let me know who you would like me to raid. But while you are thinking of that, our Discord is awesome because if you're not right here on the stream, you're not out of luck because our Discord is awesome. They do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. It's first come, first serve, so don't hesitate to submit your story to the backup queue, because then if you're first, you're going to be first. And you can read it to everybody else. You can have somebody else read it for you. You can just hang out and lurk. Whatever you want. There's the link to the Discord. Yes, yes. But it's a good time. Oh, yeah! I need to do the... I need to set up the time for this thing. So it looks like people... I totally forgot. I brought this up like weeks or months ago that either I brought up or someone else did. The idea of doing kind of a write-in during the week where there's like an event on the Discord of like, hey, come out and write together. Come out and write together. Either like sit in silence or with your music and write together, or like ask each other for help and advice, or show each other your drafts. Make it an official event to do that. And so I asked you guys, if you're into that, what time you want. And so looks like you guys want Tuesday, evening and or night. So I think what I'll probably do is I'll have it be Tuesday and then start at 6 p.m. and then you guys can just go as long as you want, and you guys can discuss, when you're on there, if you like the time, or if you want a different time, you can just tag me and let me know, this time worked, or no, I think it should be later or earlier or whatever, just discuss amongst yourselves. And or you could try it starting at 6 for a couple weeks, and then after a couple weeks, if you're not into this, then you can switch to a different time. Yeah, multiple events for writing. I'm free Tuesdays for the foreseeable future, for instance. Nice. But yeah, I just want to start with this one and see how it goes. And then, if we want to set up more events on the Discord for it in the future, we can. But, yes. Vast Asynchronicity is live, but they might be stopping soon. Gotcha. Join us or else we'll hunt you for your pelt. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that version of the prompt of yeah, the beast is beautiful, so I'll take its pelt, or I'll make it my pet or something like that. That totally works as well. Just this is a beautiful beast. Vast sometimes stops around the time we do. Then again, I have no alternative to present. Very fair. Very fair. Desert says I don't see her live. So maybe she stopped just as we were talking about her. I don't know why we have a fabulous GIF in the stream chat, but it's cute. I mean, let's see, if I try to raid someone and they're not streaming, does it still raid, or will it just not come up? Oh, beautiful beast, fabulous kitty, yes. Oh wait, not following for some reason, never mind. Okay, so they might be. Let's see if I can spell them right. Spell her name right. Oops. Unrecognized command, yes, I just commanded Vast Asynchronicity with no raid. It's have a Vast Asynchronicity. Actually don't. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good for my chat. Does that... I assume you guys can see the, profile pic. Does that look right? Is this our person? Are we good? See, now I got the knuckle cracks when I didn't need them for a demonstration. That's the right picture. Okie dokie. Alright, well, very fun stream, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. Look forward to next time and seeing what you guys do with it. Yeah, I hope that you all find beauty in your beastliness. Goodbye.